the actually other report that you guys see that's different. It is the new accounting system, so they do look a little different. I'm still figuring things out a little bit on things, so it might change a little more, but for the gist of it, that's what the warrant listing will look like from here on out. And if you want more information than that, I can put more information on there. It just, that's the default report that we've always used, but if you guys want to see more on there, I can sure do something different.
I'm 99% sure that that's what hers is for her. She has. So. Or did you dump it in here? Is the audit in here? Okay.
Maybe that's something.
Okay, it is 7 o'clock, so we'll call this meeting to order. In front of you, you have an updated agenda.
Move to adopt the updated adoption of the agenda.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor. Patrons, we'll roll into 4.1. It's probably going to be a top contender, the highlight of the night for the financial audit report.
I don't know about that, but you're putting the pressure on me. Now, how you do this? You have it on.
They've got it.
They
and I will,
each have it. Okay.
and I will throw it up there also.
Good. Well, that's okay. You don't need to if everybody's got it. So you might.
No.
I'll try to let you know where I'm at.
I'll try to keep up.
Okay. It's good to be here. I'm here in place of Aaron. He's at meetings in Wichita, and I'm sure he'd rather be here than where he's at. So, but it's good to see y'all. Let's just start on page 1, Derek. That's pretty easy so far. This is our opinion on the audited financial statements that follow. And it's just, again, it's a lot of words, but basically what it says is there's a paragraph in there where it talks about basis for adverse and modified opinion. When it's talking about the adverse opinion, it's talking about the financial statements that are not in accordance with general accepted accounting principles or GAAP, but they're not intended to be. You all adopt a waiver each July that allows you to use what's called the regulatory or the statutory basis financial statements, and that's perfectly allowable. And then it goes on to say, in our opinion, and that's what that matter giving rise to the adverse opinion is talking about. Then it goes on to say that in our opinion, that the financial statements are fairly presented in accordance with the regulatory basis of accounting. So it is a unqualified opinion on the regulatory basis of accounting. And that's the third paragraph on the first page there. First one talks about the adverse. The third paragraph talks about unqualified in accordance with regulatory basis. So it's the same opinion you've been getting ever since I've been doing the audit, which is turning into quite a,
Yeah.
as you can tell by the
14 years
color of
now.
my hair. So that's good. Anybody have any questions on that? It does, the supplementary information, we'll see that as we go through it. it talks about the schedules that are presented after this. And that, again, we audited those are currently presented in all the total respects in accordance with the regulatory base of accounting as well. So I'll show you, I'll point those out to you as we get to those. On page 4 and 5 is the actual financial statement. And again, this shows all the funds of the district. It shows the beginning unencumbered cash, receipts, expenditures, ending unencumbered cash, shows the encumbrances to come up with the final cash balance. So if you look at the ending unencumbered cash balance column, Kansas statutes require that you do not spend or commit to spend more dollars than you have available in the fund. So a negative in that column would indicate a potential cash basis violation. The only ones that you have that are showing a negative are those grant funds. Those are having negative balances are an exception to the cash basis law because federal requirements are that you spend the money before you request it. So you pretty much have to run those in the red in order to comply with federal requirements. So those two had a negative balance, and we'll see in the notes how we address that, that is not considered a statutory violation. So again, if you look down that column, other than those two, everything's good. So, you're fine as far as the cash basis law is concerned. If you just look, again, kind of an overview, the beginning of unencumbered cash, where it says total reporting entity down there. You started the year with 622, ended the year with 839. So that's an increase of about $200,000. So again, that would indicate that you're able to replenish your cash balances and actually increase some cash balances in some of the funds as you move forward. So for future budget purposes. Okay, any questions on that? Page 6. Next few pages after that, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, one in there. Those are the notes to the financial statements. Those just provide additional explanation and analysis of the items contained in that financial statement that we just talked about. Talks in there about note C, talks about the basis of accounting on page 6. That's where it describes briefly the differences between general accepted accounting principle financial statements and regulatory based financial statements. Primarily the difference is how encumbrances are handled. And I might say that the regulatory basis recognizes encumbrances as expenditures earlier in the process than does general accepted accounting basis. And the reason for that is the regulatory basis is the same basis you use for your budget. So the state wants you to recognize expenditures as soon as you become aware that you're going to spend it, whether or not you've actually written the check or not. That's what an encumbrance is. Commitments to spend in the future, but you've committed to it as of the date that you entered the purchase order or made the order. Okay. Note 3. Compliance with Kansas statutes on page 8. That's where we talk about again, if there were, we test for compliance with Kansas statutes that pertain to the financial operation of the district as part of our audit. If we note something that we would deem that you're not in accordance with, we would require you to basically report it in this note. Again, remember that your financial statements, that's why it's worded the way it is. Management is aware of no statutory violation. We aren't either. So again, the paragraph below that talks about those 2 grant funds that had negative unencumbered cash balances, and that, in certain circumstances, you're allowed to do that with grant funds. And that basically says those were allowed. And in compliance with the cash basis law. Any questions on that? We do test the pledged securities throughout the year to ensure that's one of the things that we test as far as statutory requirements. We test to make sure that statutes require that you always have either either pledged through either FDIC coverage or pledged through additional security to cover your deposits. We test that not only, this note talks about as of June 30th, we also test it throughout the year. And when you have repeat periods, which is usually in February, yeah. And January is when you get your big tax distribution. And then in February, you get a state aid deposited right on top, usually February the 1st. So usually the first part of February is when you have your peak balances. And again, we tested as of those dates and you were fine all the way through. Page 10 and 11 just shows the schedule of indebtedness, statutory basis. Financial statements don't report debt. That's part of the basic financial statement. We just disclose it. So this shows the balance at the end of the year and then the maturity schedule for the next 5 years and then 5-year increments after that until they're fully mature. Okay. So any questions on that? Page 16 and 17. This starts, I told you about the opinion that covers the supplementary information. This is where this starts. If you look at the heading right before this guy, right before this schedule, it talks about regulatory required supplementary information. That's what, if you go back to the opinion and read through that opinion that talks about supplementary information, regulatory required, that's what section it's talking about. And again, we audited that. It's fairly presented in all material respects in our opinion. 16 and 17 show compliance with the budget law. When you adopt your budget in August or September of each year, one of the things you do, obviously, is set the mill rates necessary to fund the next year's budget. The other thing that you do, and if you read the fine print up in the heading of that notice of hearing, it also says this sets the legal maximum expenditures for each fund. Whatever you publish, that's what by statute is the maximum amount you can spend in each fund. That's why when you look at the notice of hearing, you got 3 columns: prior year, current year, and then the budgeted year. That budgeted year is always considerably higher than what you actually spent. And again, we've had questions on that ever since I've been doing this, and people wonder, well, hey, we only spent this amount last year. How come we're budgeting to spend? Again, it's a legal maximum budget. You want to budget to spend everything you have available, budget down to zero. You have no intention of spending each fund down to zero, but you want to give yourself the authority in case something comes up. You don't have to go back and republish in order to get that authority to spend the money that you already have. Okay. So again, if you look in the far right column, variance over under, here it's a little confusing because negatives indicate that you're under budget. So we're looking for 0 or negative in order to show compliance. And again, all your funds are either 0 or negative. Remember, under school finance law, general fund, supplemental general fund, you want to zero them out so you don't have to send any money back to the state. Because again, they compute your budget based on enrollment times the base state aid per pupil. And when we talk about spending, remember, we're not talking just solely about purchasing goods and services. You're also a good chunk of what you're doing at the end of the year that constitutes an expenditure for regulatory-based purposes is transferring that money to your other special revenue funds to help fund the next year's budget. So it doesn't mean that you've spent in terms of purchasing goods and services all the entire budget authority. And we'll see as we go back how much of that is attributable to transfers to other funds. Okay? Questions? You're too easy on. You're too easy on. We're gonna speed up. Schedule 2, again, that was addressed in the opinion, but it just shows each of the funds that on the financial statement, it shows kind of a blow up or detail of each of those funds. Prior year actual, current year, beginning cash, ending cash, variance. One thing to keep in mind when you're glancing at those, remember, the statutes require that you don't spend more money than what you have budgeted in total for each fund. Doesn't matter as far as the statutes are concerned, the line item variances. So, between general and supplemental general fund, basically you can spend the same thing in either fund. So some years are spent in supplemental, some years for budget purposes, you're spending it out of general. So you're going to see variances by line items, and I wouldn't get too worried about one's over, one's under. You want to look at those funds in total and see that they're under budget. That's the main thing. Okay. So the next, 30 some pages probably. I'm not going to go through those in detail, but they're there in case you have trouble sleeping. And you can call me anytime. I'll be happy to go through this with you. So we're all the way up to page 50 now. Page 50 is Schedule 3, then 51 and 52 is Schedule 4. Those combined two schedules represent the district activity funds, broken down between what's considered agency funds, money that belongs to student organizations, not the district itself. And then that's Schedule 3. And then 51, 52 would be considered the district activity funds, which again was maintained at the building level, but yet represents funds that are the district's funds. So again, we audit those, both of those as part of our audited financial statements, and again, in our opinion, those are probably nothing out of the ordinary there. Okay, then we get to this next section, which is the supplementary information. Again, that section is addressed in the opinion. Basically, it's the graphs. We're showing a 5-year trend. And again, there's nothing that's required here. It's just additional explanation, additional analysis. So the first one on page 53, remember back when we looked at the financial statement itself, we talked about the cash balance increasing. Here, you can kind of see by fund how those cash balances have looked over the last 5 years. So you can see, if you look at capital outlay, for example, you can see the year before you spent quite a bit out of capital outlay. And then last year you didn't spend near as much, and the cash balances increased quite a bit from 6/30/23 compared to 6/30/22. Your other funds, again, you can kind of look at those, and primarily looking at this year, which is the far right bar, and last year, but it's also got the 5-year trend there. So again, all the other funds are pretty much the same as they were a year ago, or increasing. Okay. So again, that relates back to the overall cash balance that we talked about earlier. Questions? Again, I'm not going to go through all these in detail. I do want to kind of explain what they are. So if you want to look at it in more detail, you can. 54 just takes some of the funds that are budgeted, compares that cash balance to what you actually spend. That would be the middle bar. And then what you budgeted to spend next year. So you can kind of see how far those cash balances will carry you down the road. Okay. Page 55 shows the general, supplemental general, only those two funds. The cash receipts broken down, how those break down. Obviously, the bulk of the receipts you get is through school finance formula. So that's the large graph. Then the blue one is the local money, which is your ad valorem tax levy. That does not include the 20 mills that you levy that goes to the state. This would be primarily your LOB tax levy. And then delinquent taxes and motor vehicle taxes are going to be the county type thing. So that's the purple one. If you flip the page, some people like bars, some people like pies. So we've got both. We've got both. You can see from year to year, they don't fluctuate much. Actually, your percentages are the same. 78% both years are funded by the state as far as your general and supplemental general fund. 20% locally and then 2% by the county sources. And again, that's primarily motor vehicle tax. Okay. If we go to the next page, page 58, it takes that state aid. Now this is over all funds and shows kind of where you get money from the state. To break down that, obviously the bulk of the money comes in the bottom part, general fund. That's the general fund state aid is made up of the base state aid per pupil times the enrollment, audited enrollment. So that's, a big chunk. Capers, that's that flow through of Capers money that comes in. Susie loves this, it just comes in and 20 seconds later, Capers takes it out. So again, it's just a flow through. The idea behind it is to reflect the part that's attributable to your district's employees in your financial statements. And again, it's not a cost to you. The money's entirely funded by the state and actually required. The state's required to fund those. The other big one is the special education flow through, and it's similar. The money comes to you, you transfer it to special ed, and then you send it on to the service center or the co-op. So again, the idea behind this, when this was instigated a number of years ago by the state, was to be more transparent in individual districts' financial statement and show all the money coming through. Used to be that this money would go directly to the special ed co-op, or interlocal, whichever you're dealing with. But number of years ago, they switched that to where they pay it to the district and then the transfer send it on. But they just wanted to create more work for our clerks. Okay, page 59 shows the general and supplemental general fund expenditures by function. And there's where we were looking at, you look at the transfers. Remember, we talked about the cash balances increasing. Here's why, because the transfers increased. You were able at the end of the year to transfer more funds than you were able to the year before. So that caused the cash balances to increase. Okay. The next page again is a pie chart of the same data, just put in as percentages. And again, this is just general and supplemental general fund. But when you're talking about instructional expenses, that's kind of the hot topic at the state level. They want you to spend around 60% on instruction district-wide, okay? Well, the transfers that you all make, a lot of those transfers, most of those transfers go to funds that you are using for instructional purposes, special education, at risk, those funds you transfer and then they're spent on salaries and whatnot that are instructional. So as a rule of thumb, you can basically take the instructional pie, part of the pie, add the transfers, and that'll give you roughly what you're spending for instructional purposes. So again, you can see the 1 year at 61%. Well, actually, they're both 61%. I pulled information off the budget that you published, and they actually, that budget and grant still, it's kind of handy, some of the charts in that. But one of the things is summary of total expenditures by function, which includes all funds. And they were computing the expenditures last year to be, for instruction to be 56, 2 years ago, and last year to be 60%. So you can see it's pretty much, if you take those two numbers, parts of the pie, add them together, you're going to get real close to what is actually spent on instruction, which again is good. Is good. Questions on that? And there you can see the transfers. You know, the year before, you had 21% of your total general fund, supplemental general fund spent on transfers. Last year, 6/30/23, that increased to 26%, which is consistent with the bar chart and then also the increase in cash balances. Okay. Page 62 just takes again the general and supplemental general fund, shows the total budget. The bottom part of that graph, the line, is the transfers that you were able to make. And then the middle one shows what you spent on goods and services. So again, when we were talking earlier about spending your budget out, you can see a good chunk of that budget goes to transfers, not just purchasing goods and services. Okay. Page 63 shows, again, not all of your funds, but the funds, the kind of the major funds, as far as the expenditures that you've incurred over the past 5 years for each fund. And again, if you look at capital outlay, the amount of expenditures decreased tremendously. That was part of the reason you were able to increase the cash balance. The year before, remember, you purchased the software that was charged to capital outlay. You replaced locks in the buildings in 21-22. You had roof repairs in 21-22. So all those things added up to that 6/30/22 expenditure level being considerably higher than last year. Okay. So that explains those. Everything else, you can kind of see the special education. Unfortunately, that's going to increase every year, probably, because it just seems like there's more and more special education costs. The capers, that is kind of leveled off to where it's still increasing. That's going to be based on your total payroll. If you look 5 years ago, the lower part of that, the reason that was smaller wasn't because necessarily your payroll was any smaller. It was just in that year, they only funded, they pay quarterly on that. They only did 3 of the 4 quarters because they were having cash flow issues in the state. So that's why that's lower, not because the amount that was attributable to the capers was lower. It's just that that's all we got flowed through that year. Okay. Okay, we're about done, so hang in there. Federal aid, 64, and again, this will change considerably next year because this is ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds run out, and as you spend those, that's obviously the chunk of what you're getting as far as federal purposes are concerned. The other component is the child nutrition program that decreased in 6/30/23 compared to 6/30/22, because remember in 6/30/22 everybody was free meal kids, so you basically got the federal money for all of your enrollment, all of your meals. And again, in 6/30/23 it was back to kind of normal. So again, that's what's going on there. The valuation, you've had good increase in valuation the last couple of years. That always makes it a little easier looking the budget when you start looking at mill levies, mill rates, especially for your LOB. The other thing is with the higher valuation, your capital outlay mill levy is going to raise more money than it would with lower valuation. So it gives you a few more dollars to spend. There's the mill rate. because of that increased valuation, you're able to drop the mill rate a little bit compared to a year ago. FTE is remaining relatively stable. I don't know any idea what this year's looks like.
264.
Okay, so it's down a little bit. Down a little bit. And again, the way the current formula works is you get to use the higher prior, the preceding. They talked about changing that and throwing in the current year and getting rid of the preceding, but right now it's a higher, the prior, the preceding. So if that holds the same, you'd get to use the same enrollment that you have now in 6/30/23 or 6/30/24. Expenditures per pupil, that's reflected in the increase in the base state aid. As it increases and your enrollment stays the same, the expenditures per pupil will increase a little bit. Any questions on that? I just got a couple more things to give you. It's like, oh, people already got. These are the two letters that we've always sent for the last 10 years, probably. One is the one-page letter, and it's just a report that deals with the internal control of the district. As part of our audit, we're required to assess and evaluate the internal controls in order to determine what auditing procedures we need to do in order to express an unqualified opinion. The only comment that we have on your internal control, we test to make sure that purchase orders are being approved and signed, and checks are being signed by 3 parties. So we check those controls, not only for the district, but also for the district activity funds. Again, basically the controls are similar. The only comment that we have on that is because of the size of the people involved, size of the district, the number of people involved is just not feasible to segregate the duties like what would be considered ideal. So again, our only recommendation, we note that, our only recommendation is that, you continue to evaluate that at the board level when you review bills and that. Derek, when he reviews purchase orders, he's aware of the segregation of duties. Tom, when he reviews the purchase orders and approves them, same thing. So we recommend that you basically just keep doing those things, being aware of the fact that, because of the size, you don't have a lot of you can't segregate the duties. So it doesn't affect the opinion, doesn't affect anything. It's just we have to bring that to your attention. It's the same, basically the same letter, other than changing the dates that we've had for probably at least 10 years. The other one, the last one is a 3 or 4 page letter. We call it a letter to those charged with governance. What we're required to do by auditing standards, by general accepted auditing standards, that we're required to report to the governing body these things. So if you go through there, and it talks about responsibilities of the financial statement. We talked about the risks that were identified. And again, we were able to basically, you're doing enough mitigating factors like we talked about to bring those to a low level. The significant accounting policies, we talked about that. That's using the regulatory basis instead of generally accepted accounting principles. And identified or suspected fraud. We didn't run across anything that we considered to be, indications of fraud or any fraudulent activity. Significant difficulties. We didn't encounter any significant difficulties in performing the field work. We were able to, apply our procedures without any difficulty. The uncorrected, or there were there are a few small adjustments that you'll see here in the next page, but nothing that was considered to be material. So basically, they were just clean up closing entries type things. We've got a attachment to this is probably a 3 or 4 page letter of representations that Derek and Susie have said that, that provided to us or complied to us or not aware of anything. That's called the management's representation. They signed that, and I've got that attached. Management's consider consultations with other accountants. If you consult with other accountants, and you're free to do so, we just have to provide that information to you as a governing body and let you know that that has been done. That, to our knowledge, hasn't been done, and we didn't have any disagreements over anything that as far as that was presented and recorded. Not aware of anything else. Last paragraph. Okay, the one that starts with your letterhead are those management response or management representation. And again, you're welcome to read through that. Susie, I'm sure you've read through it. Derek, it's the same thing as they see every year. Basically, it's just, they're representing us. They provided us with all the information. They've answered our inquiries to the best of their knowledge. There wasn't anything that wasn't recorded that should have been recorded as far as they knew. And Susie's always got all the books lined up right there. So that's all good. The last, I guess it's not the last thing, it's the middle of it. You'll see a page that looks kind of like this. These are the adjustments that we had during the audit. And again, you can see that none of those were significantly large. Some of them, actually 2 of them, were just making sure that the adjustments to increase or just transfers to make sure you spent your entire legal and supplemental general fund budgets. One dealt with closing out the petty cash fund, the 1,500 there. And so again, pretty much just standard closing entries. Nothing, again, that we consider to be significant. Kind of clean up entries. So, questions, Susie, Derek, anything? Okay. Everybody's still awake. That's always good. That's always good. So, again, we appreciate being of service and look forward to continuing our service and working with you all. Derek and Susie will call during the year if they have budget questions and stuff, and that's fine. We encourage that. Talk any time of the day or not. Between Aaron and I, we got to take turns. I always tell Susie to email us both because one of us might be at a meeting in Wichita, but not usually both of us. So okay, thanks again, and I'll let you get on with the rest of your.
All righty, well, thank you.
We'll get once it's approved later on. You will just let me know if there's an issue or anything, and then otherwise Aaron will submit it to the state, and then we'll go from there. Okay.
You guys are merging with.
We are.
Right.
We are. The powers that be, beyond my control, agreed to merge with Adams Brown out of Great Bend. They've got offices all over, but Great Bend's the closest one to us in Larned. I was telling Susie and Aaron, I think called and talked to you. As far as we're concerned, it won't really change anything except the name on the letterhead will be different and our emails have already changed.
Oh,
So,
better send me those.
okay, I thought maybe Aaron had already done.
Nope.
Okay, we'll send you new emails, but so you can get hold of us, but I don't anticipate any significant changes. Susie and I were talking about it earlier. As far as we're concerned, Aaron and I, things are gonna continue on other than changing the name of the letterhead and things like that. But as far as what you've been used to getting, you'll continue to get as far as service and anticipate. Like you said, hopefully the biggest change for this will be the change in emails, which will be big enough. But right now, we're getting them from both, so
Good.
we're still getting them all. Anybody have any questions on that? Because that happened effective November 1st, so. Aaron called all of our school clients and talked to them rather than sending a letter, so we thought it was important to let you all know. Firsthand rather than getting a letter.
Yeah.
So, okay. Again, thanks a lot, and we look forward to working with you in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
Okay, we will move on to 5.0. We'll review the consensus items. If you have any questions, please ask.
On the October 9th, Adam Walker, what does that mean?
That's the concrete for the Belga pit and the
Okay.
concrete pad for the FFA.
I was just wondering, because I had you listed on the,
I saw that too. We paid him and he paid me now. That was for the Gaga pit. And
Trying to figure the system out a little bit too.
okay.
I promise I did not see any.
Well, I gotta check on it.
Yep.
As far as significant reimbursement for Jeff Ridquist, what would that have been for?
That were his classes, his college
Those were
classes.
classes, okay. Thank you. My other question was Southwest Plains Regional Service Center. That's not our special ed group, is it?
No, that's the education group that we work with down in Sublette that we get training from and
Well,
resources from.
okay, and we did 72,000 worth.
That was a misprint on the check. It's been voided.
Oh, okay. Okay. And 92,000 on the capital outlay, I think it's a new record. Maybe, I don't know.
I was talking to Susie. I figured you'd see that one.
Yeah, yeah.
We haven't.
You're
haven't
scaring
received-
me.
I know,
You're
it
scaring
scares me too. Especially by the end of the night, it's gonna be even scarier, so.
I would make a motion to approve the consensus items as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and second for the consensus items. All in favor? Okay, Russell, anything on special education?
No report, sir.
Okay, Mr. Fresher, anything on governmental relations?
I don't.
Mr. Flax,
Few things here. Here as we near the end of the first semester there, a couple things. That semester, looking at, I guess, classes, if you remember kind of the unique situation we have where we have our math teacher, Keegan Schubert, who's actually this semester doing his official student teaching. We have him, of course, with Mr. Armandy, they're together on a couple, 3 class periods to meet the student teaching regulations and stuff like that. So basically here as we near the end of this semester, and he just becomes a full-fledged faculty member, we're on be looking at making I'm looking at making a couple changes here. Number one, our 6th-hour Algebra 2 class, which is our largest upper level class, has 19 kids in it currently. It's going to allow Mr. Armandy another class period, second period, for me to open that class period up, and possibly, I know it's not going to split evenly, 8, 9, or anything like that, but since that's an upper level class, and obviously one of our tougher math classes, I want to give that ability for students, if they want to look at some class changes, to maybe take and switch their Algebra 2, might be able to look at getting a little better student to teacher ratio on that, switching that class, because Mr. Schubert's going to take all of the geometry, both sessions of geometry right now. Second hour geometry is the one they're sharing, doing the student teaching it. That'll become Mr. Schubert's. The Algebra 1 class that they're doing the student teaching work in 7th period, that will stay with Mr. Armandy, which will open up a period for Mr. Schubert. And one of the things that I'm looking at is Kasia is Kansas State High School Activities Association is really pushing a class, a high school level class of developing sports officials, because of our huge sports officials. I don't know if you noticed that today at Jetmore, but you see there was a young lady shadowing in the B team games there. Mr. Schubert is also a registered official, Kasia official. He's done actually 2 years of varsity officiating, as young as he is already. I've talked to him about that. I've attended a webinar on this. It's the curriculum that Kasia provides is called Reps. I don't even know if we'll have students that would be interested in it, but it'd be something I want to send out information to students to see if that might be an elective they might look at. Since it'd be a spring semester course, I would probably look at basketball, baseball, softball. Basically 2 to 3 sports is kind of what you look at teaching, and possibly working with the rec a little bit on this, and maybe some of those kids that do some of that rec league, baseball and softball during the summer, could possibly give them some education, and obviously basketball being something we would look at. Actually, I don't know if we would have current students interested in it, but that's something I look at to fill Mr. Schubert's 7th period, which would become open since he will not be student teaching the Algebra 1 kids, and that would just be Mr. Armandy. And then the 3rd class they share right now is our 8th period, which is our 7th graders, which there's 20 of them. We're going to split that up 10 and 10. That's the other bigger math class that we have, and so they'll each have a section of 7th grade. Right now, Mr. Schubert's student teaching all 20 of them together in the one setting, and doing a fine job with it. But I figured again, we'd be able to maximize student to teacher ratio. So something I'm looking at there with here at semester, just because of the unique schedule that they have right now, where they kind of, like say, share in 3 periods. And the other change there to our schedule, and I know Mr. Reinhardt's talked to me about this because he's got the grant to fund it, is we're switching our computer science, say, delivery method from the ingenuity that we're doing right now. And I'm actually hoping maybe we'll get another kid or two that will, because we'll be able to offer it 2 different periods at a time, 6th hour and 7th hour, with that grant money that he was able to secure. And that's gonna go back to that. I just forget.
Elevate K-12.
Elevate K-12, exactly, which is what we used for last year for that math, and we were short for that math teacher, which is that in-person teacher teaching via video conference. The 4 kids that we're doing computer science right now, there's 1 that's really, really struggling with it, 3 that are going to be okay. But I don't know if they'll get more out of it, I believe, with this Elevate K-12, just from what I know with the distance learning that's available to us at Elevate K-12 will be much better. Obviously, much more expensive, but thankfully he secured the grant to pay for that. Yeah, moving on, I had, we had discussed a little bit of this last board meeting about the yonder cell phone paddles there, and we incorporate that with the cell phone policy. I went ahead and put together a survey that I emailed all of my parents. I sent it out to, I got 125 parents on my email listserv that I sent to. I had 45 responses. I guess I didn't send it to you to put it in I'll make sure it gets in the survey results, get put in your board, because I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. I just noticed it wasn't in your materials, but there's different questions that I asked, and there's answers all over the board. For example, I asked how much communication, again, I'm asking parents, do you have with your child while they're at school? Whether that be by text, phone call, other message app. We got 51% of our parents said rarely, maybe 1 to 2 times per week. We got over, 1 in 4, over 26% that will text or call their kid 1 to 3 times per day. 13% make sure that's calls from the student phone. As you can kind of see there we go. He's got that. So we have a few things all over the place there. The second question, are you aware how much your child uses their cell phone during the day? Have you checked the amount of screen time in a single day, number of notifications, etc.? You can see 60% said yes, 29% no, maybe, I don't care, phone, only texts and calls. And I answered a backup question or follow-up question to that one. If you answered yes to question 2, what is your child's screen time? I'm curious if they know what it is. You can see 34%, 2 to 3 hours per day, 18.8%, 4 to 5 hours per day, almost 10%, 6+ hours per day, 18% more than they should be allowed, or I'm sorry, less to or equal to 1 point. I'm sorry, 18 less than or equal to 1 to 2 hours per day. And you can see there's some other answers that are off on, on that. Lots of comments. I asked lots of questions about just that open-ended short answer essay type things. What do you view as concerns as to why the school should not implement a phone-free school? You can see comments that we should do this. There's comments that we shouldn't do this. And like I said, I'm asking for the main concerns, and if you read most of them, the main concerns are going to come down to some sort of emergency situation. Is the parents that answered this, the parents that answered this, but there's a whole lot of them that don't see a concern, with the exception of I mean, you can read through that. I'll make sure I say get through this. Whole lot of comments made there. I did share this with my staff last week. We have not had discussion over it yet. I just shared it with them. We're actually gonna have discussion over it tomorrow morning at our weekly meeting. I know they probably had a little bit of sidebar discussions and stuff with staff. The next question, what do you view as positives as to why the school should implement a student phone-free school? You know, you kind of read through that, distractions, less distractions, focusing the kids better. You know, you'll see, like I say, there's lots of positives, I think, that were listed on the why we could do that or should do that. I mean, so some good information, good comments. I don't know how much you want me to read through all that at this point, or if it's something I just wait till you get it sent to you.
I'll send it to you here. So you got it.
I asked a question of, are you allowed to use your cell phone freely at your place of work and use at your own desire while on duty? I asked that question of the parents on their place. 61% of the parents said yes, about 16% said no, and then there was a whole lot of yes, but this, or no, but this, and you can see some of those answers there in that little pie chart there. Question asked, teachers are finding interruptions from student cell phone usage to be a growing problem, and enforcement of our current policy is hard to stay consistent from classroom to classroom. What solutions do you have to this growing problem? I will make note of this just because it just popped in my head. You notice the second answer there is in Spanish. This is the only unfortunate thing, to my knowledge. I mean, I don't, this is completely anonymous. I have the 45 parents that responded. I truly believe this might have been the only Hispanic parent that responded. I sent, to the best of my ability, instructions in Spanish on how to translate this Google survey into Spanish, but I'm afraid it maybe only worked for one. So I don't know if our Hispanic community maybe answered this as much. That's the only one, but you can kind of see some of the different comments made there. You know, I mean, again, some good things both ways, going back and forth. You know, from you know, going phone free would be good to just really put your foot down and do what is already in policy. I mean, it goes back and forth. You can see several different comments, lots of comments. I mean, I'm actually pleased at the amount of parents that took the time to fill this out and the comments that they made. And, you know, take this, you know, some things you gotta take with a grain of salt. Go straight to you if it got personal there. Okay. There are many studies that indicate that student cell phone use leads to mental health concerns in students in the past several years. We have also noticed negative effects. And then basically, well, that question cut off for whatever reason. I'm not sure why it cut off there, but basically, are you noticing negative effects, or do you believe cell phone usage causes negative effects to your students' mental health? Your child's mental health is what I was asking there. You know, 42% of our parents said yes. I mean, so they believe there are some negative. I was kind of shocked seeing it that high. Maybe, lots of maybes, some no, it can, as you see, different options that they answered there. What do you believe are the benefits to your child having access to their cell phone at school? What are the benefits for that? Again, emergencies are going to be a very popular one, emergency rooms. I think somewhere along the line there it says, you know, if we're going to be practicing evacuation drills, I want my kid to have their cell phone. You know, different comments like that were made there on that. And then, one of my final comments or questions I asked, are you in support of making the junior senior high a phone-free school by utilizing? And you can see there 42% yes, 33% no, and a whole lot of depends. On different things. The more I think about it, I've thought about this going back and forth. On how would it look? How would we make something like that work? Like I said, I want to have more I want to get more communication with the teachers and staff. See what they've had a week to digest the results on this. I can almost get to the point where I'm almost indifferent. I was a real leery about it at first when Mr. Reinhardt first brought it to me, thinking, oh man, this is going to be a huge change in just mindset. It's already been a lot of negativity, or I say a lot. There's been too much negativity in the school year to start with. I was thinking, and then a week later, I'm like, yeah, I'll get them, buy them. I was like, telling him, and then I'm going back and forth. I don't know. We're not ready to go purchase something like this yet. I think about like our public speaking or college public speaking class, and last week and this week, 3 assignments that they had over these 2 weeks involved using their cell phone and doing 2-minute speeches, personal speeches where they video themselves. And I'm like, okay, if we had them locked up in a patch, I would have to make sure we get unlocked for that class period so they can, I'm not saying that we can't do that.
Do their computers not have that function? I thought the computers had that function.
What's that?
Do their computers not have that function?
Our Chromebooks do. They don't. They're not the best at videoing. I'll say that.
Because that's interesting to me, because I'm on the other side of that, and I can't figure out why parents assign assignments with a cell phone, because I send kids to school every day without them. So that makes it impossible. I mean, if kids can't afford to buy a cell phone, and obviously they can't, why are any assignments like that? I mean, that blows my mind that we're even making assignments like that. And I understand that that's a college class, so that's a little bit different, but.
I just throw that out there. There's always seems like, so I don't know, like I said, just provide you more information, more comments, of what, what was found so far. I was, like I said, I was pleased there was 45 responses. Again, 45 is not even half though of our total parents. And like I said, I'm afraid I always, I need to find a better way to probably reach our Hispanic community. Besides giving them instructions in Spanish to take the survey, if they have to go through too much work to translate it, I don't know if they'll use it or not. So, I mean, and I say that, I mean, on where we're at there, but we'll see. Like I say, I know we'll talk more tomorrow morning, meet with the staff. Like I said, I gave it to them last week, kind of just showed them just like what Mr. Reinhardt just did, showed it to you on the overhead, just scroll through it pretty quick. Then I emailed it out to them, so they had it. They got a copy of it, and we'll kind of see where that discussion goes with that. A little bit more parent-teacher conferences. We held them a week ago Thursday. Not the greatest return on. We definitely did reach our 75%. I know that. I honestly don't even have that. I had not figured. I should have. It's still sitting on my desk, all the sign-up sheets. I was guessing I would say we're going to be around 50 to 60% of parents came in with, and a lot of them with their students, but a lot of them without. So, but I should have totaled that up, but I didn't do that. We held our annual Scholars Bowl, junior high and high school Scholars Bowl. I bring this up not so much as tell you that we held it last month there. We're always the first one. But a week later, Miss Burnbeck, our high school Scottish Bowl coach, she's been very ill she's been fighting some stuff for about 2 weeks now. Anyway, she couldn't go. She was sick. So substitute Scottish Bowl coach, man, I took the kids to Healy. I just wanna, I don't go to very many Scottish Bowls. Usually I go to ours and I maybe go to the league for regional. That's the only ones I make. And a lot of times we're hosting the league. And now I see why the league asks us to host all the time, because my goodness, Lynn Burnbeck hosts the best Scholars Bowl tournaments, bar none. Unbelievable. I want to just send a kudos, publicly on that, because I always take pride. I think we do host good things here when we host up here at that city, and that is proof one. I went there and I realized, wow, how nice we put on a tournament. So kudos to that. School play will be this Thursday. It was scheduled for last Friday. We had 2 cast members go home sick Thursday night at their rehearsal. Actually, one was sick then on Friday with a fever, so we did do a postponement on that. That's going to be Thursday. We're performance in the afternoon for the students to attend, and then that evening we'll go with the general performance to our public at 7 o'clock. We'll go 7 o'clock and hopefully avoid any conflict with elementary on the parent spend night. And actually, I'm hoping to double better that thing, and some of those parents will come over then and watch the school play at 7 when they're done with the STEM activity that the elementary teachers will be doing. And our FFA, I think, had a successful national convention trip week before. Back, just listen to them. I think things went very well attended. Basketball season, junior high got started. They're actually playing right now, or probably finishing up right now. I went to Jetmore and watched the B teams play, and then I came back and for this meeting, but I got started with their games, and high school started their practice today. So where is now upon us.
I have a question about last month. You indicated that Troy would go back and forth between boys and girls. There's actually more girls than there are boys, and he hasn't done anything with the girls yet. So why is that?
It's a good question. I know that they've been practicing at the exact same time. And we originally talked about him doing the late practice, so as they rotated back and forth. But I will have a conversation with
That'll
coaches.
actually this week be the first time they're going to be late since they.
But he could have done one day, he could have went back and forth, or 1 week here, 1 week there. They've been in practice for what, 3 weeks now?
Is there anybody that can help out the girls?
We can put some feelers out there to see if we could find a third coach for the girls and just have 3 for both.
How many do they have?
There's 22 girls.
That's a lot. And
There's
so many of them are 6th graders.
18, 19 boys.
I think it's more like 21 and 23 or something.
Like that. They both have a lot.
But we've given a third coach to the boys for several years in a row. So I don't really think it's fair to the girls to not do the same for them. Or just take the third coach away and both, make 2 do it in both. But I don't think it's fair to provide something for the boys that we're not willing to provide for the girls.
The plan was for Troy to bounce back and forth and help both.
Well, I asked
And
here on
that's-
Friday and it has not happened yet.
I can have a conversation about that, make sure that is happening. Or we can throw out there and see if there is anybody that'd be interested. I don't know if Abby would be interested in helping.
I was
She
just
helped
trying to
last
find a
year.
third one if possible.
Yeah.
I don't really care whether it's 3 for both or 2 for both, but I think it needs to be fair, boys versus girls. I don't think we should offer more for the boys than we do for the girls. That's not right.
Is that consensus to find
Yeah.
if there's someone out there, find a
Sure.
third girls?
find a third for the girls.
We'll do that.
I don't think there's any intention ever to promote the boys more than the girls, so I think it's just something not going on there with the coach, so. Am I correct on the play? There is a charge to the play? Did I
Yes.
read that? Okay.
Yep, 3 and 2.
Yeah, okay. I read that.
Yes, that is correct. For the evening performance, there, yeah, the general public one.
Any other questions for Mr. Flax? Mr. Reinhardt?
Parent teacher conferences, I believe we had 3 parents that did not attend at the elementary school, so we had great attendance there. Along with parent teacher conferences, I had a survey set up for parents to take. One specifically for elementary and then one for 7-12. Again, just like Tom mentioned, he got 45, 46 responses on his survey. I think we had 15 or 16 for each building on the parent engagement surveys. That is going to be one big area of emphasis we look at next year is parent engagement and how we get them more engaged in just the entire educational process and everything. We'll be working with teachers on how to have conversations, be comfortable having conversations, especially tough conversations with parents, and trying to help them in that area. You have both of those surveys. Overall, elementary surveys were pretty much strong across the board. The vast majority of them on all the questions were strongly agree. Handful of one parent that fell in the disagree on a couple of the situations, but pretty much across the board, very favorable. Very appreciative on the information, the individualized information that parents get from their teachers. A lot of that comes down to, some of the different apps and those type of things that individual teachers use to communicate with the parents. On the 7-12 side, a little bit more scattered. Overall, very appreciative of the general information, the general communication, what's going on as far as activities and changes to schedule and those type of things, but definitely saw some trends at the 7-12 level that we need more individualized information, how my individual child's doing in a class, and those type of things. So like I said, we know that the parent engagement piece and our communication with parents is an issue that we definitely need to be working on and focusing on, and that'll be a big part of what we do professional development wise and those type of things as we look at next year. Attendance has been a big issue the last several years, trying to reduce that chronic absenteeism and those type of things. At the elementary school, at the end of the first quarter, I ended up sending 7 students letters about their attendance, being at risk of being truant, being chronically absent. If I compare that to last year's first semester, there was 11. So we're definitely headed or trending in the right direction. What was really good about that was of those 7 students that received letters, only 3 of them received letters last year. So the students that we've had conversations with, the parents that we've worked with, we've seen some impact on those. I am sad to say though that the week after I sent those letters, I did send my first truancy letter to a student. But I would say this time last year, we were looking at 2 letters. Unfortunately, I would say this one student, there's a good chance that they may be in front of you come December. Hopefully not, but if things continue trending the way they are, they'll have reached that point where they will have to meet with you. A couple different things. Property insurance, I have some concerns about. We're seeing a $17,000 increase in our premium. This is a 20% increase in our property insurance. On top of that, they are changing their policy on roofs. So they are moving to, instead of covering the roofs after 15 years, the 15-year life of that roof, it becomes a cash value is what they'll insure it for. So the longevity of coverage on a roof is going to decrease as we move into the next cycle of property insurance. I would say that as we get further in the night, we have a conversation about the elementary roof. If we had that policy now, we probably would not gotten anything on the roof that we'll talk about replacing tonight, as far as insurance goes. Yes,
Is it worth looking for somebody else to insure us?
there's not much out there. There's not very many people that will insure schools or large buildings. What scares me is EMC, who basically in the state of Kansas right now, there's either EMC or there's the Kermit pool. The Kermit pool is a group that KSAB has put together. It's a group of school districts that have gone together to create their own insurance pool. We have looked at them twice. Both times that we have looked at them, our cost the premium cost for them was higher than EMC at the time. What concerns me right now is EMC has pulled out of the state of Oklahoma. They just up and dropped all of the schools in Oklahoma. I can foresee them doing that in Kansas too. So we may be forced to do something. We may be forced into a situation where, quite frankly, it may be the state that comes in and says, okay, all the school districts, you're going to create your own insurance pool. The idea behind the Kermit pool was it would reduce premiums. And I think for the vast majority of the school districts, it has. But what they've run into is you've got a pool of money there. So if you have a major storm that ends up wrecking several schools in a path, you eat up all that money and now you don't have any insurance. So there's some concerns with that. At one point in time here, probably 5, 6, 7 years ago, there's another company, I believe it was the White or Wright insurance company. I can't remember if it was White or Wright. They tried to get a foot in Kansas, and I don't know if their premiums were just so high nobody was interested, but that's not even an option right now. I've thrown out to local insurers. Your local insurers aren't real interested. Had Emily Parsons as an independent insurance broker, do some research with some of the contacts that she has, maybe on a larger scale. And she's worked on it a little bit, but I don't know that she's necessarily found anybody that's willing to insure a facility like this. So I've done a little bit of looking. There's just not a lot of options out there. And then that does scare me if EMC does pull out completely. On the other side of that, our workman's comp premium is expected to drop between $5,000 and $6,000. So one's going one way, the other one's going the other way. So there's some positives to that. Tom brought up Thursday night, our STEAM night, our parent engagement night at the elementary school for the fall here. That is Thursday night from 5:30 to 6:30. We're going to do a STEAM activity. We're also going to cook hot dogs, try to entice parents to come in. So if any of you'd be interested in participating, I could use some help grilling some hot dogs for parents and kids if you want to be involved in the community. But that'd be Thursday from 5:30 to 6:30 at the elementary school. Would appreciate anybody that would like to be a part of that. And then the last thing tonight, and I'll remind you as we get closer, our January 15th in-service day with the teachers, we're going to start having conversations about the building needs assessment at that in-service. We will spend some time as a staff of teachers looking through our finance and having some honest conversations about what are we currently spending our money on, what should we spend our money on, and what should we stop spending our money on. Are there things that as a staff we can say, no one's using this, why are we spending money on it? Or this doesn't have the impact we thought it was, so let's stop spending money on it. And looking at some of that. That can be a double-edged sword. So we've got to be careful in that. But I think if we're truly going to look at what we need as buildings at the elementary and high school level and how we're spending money, then the teachers that we're spending the money on need to understand this is where the funds are. Here's here's places we're spending money, the costs to do that, and if it's something we're really not using, why are we spending the money on it? But then we're also going to take that and look at the academic side too. So we'll have, by January 15th, we will have our winter benchmarks. So we will have all of this information in front of us, and we'll be able to go through and look at, our kids through the first semester, who grew, who fell, who stayed the same, and then having honest conversations about those kids that didn't grow. Why didn't they grow? What interventions do we have in place? What do we need to put in place? And what those two things will help us do is have some honest conversations of how we're spending our money, and is there better ways to spend our money, or more impactful places to spend our money? And then what don't we have in place to help our kids be successful? And making sure that we're looking at ways to allocate funds to put impactful interventions and those things in place as an entire staff. This is a process that I invite you all to be a part of. So January 15th, if you want to be a part of that and have some insight into that, I encourage you to put that on your calendar and be a part of that. Ultimately, we'll take information from that day. The district leadership team that we meet for KISA will sit down and go through it. We'll put our documents together. And like we did last May, we'll present that to you as we go into the summer so that we can build our budget and have some decisions made for what we want to do next year, if there's any changes we need to make, and those type of things. But that's the goal for January 15th. We'll see how far we get with that and how big of a fight we might cause between somebody that wants to spend money on one thing and somebody that wants to spend money on something different.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Reinhardt? If not, 6.31 board subcommittee. Have anything to report? Nope. Okay. We'll go into 7.071 facilities improvement bond issue discussion.
You wanted to see what La Crosse did. They passed their bond with 70% of the vote. Mineola also passed, I believe, a $16 million bond. I don't know what their percentage of the vote was.
It's pretty high.
I think it was too, if I remember right. So you had some small school districts in our area that were very, very successful with passing a bond issue. I would say, just quickly looking at what Mineola did, it was very similar to La Crosse's big addition onto the existing facility. But they were also looking at doing some of the types of things that we were talking about, doing some of the infrastructure fixes and those type of things. The other thing to take into consideration is with the Inflation Recovery Act, we could be looking at a 40% reduction in cost or grant to pay towards qualifying HVAC updates. So there are some grant monies that we could be looking at as we look forward and as we move forward towards some of those type of things. It just really kind of depends on what you want to do. I think we're kind of honestly at a point where if we're going to move forward, we need to move forward. If we're not, we're just going to keep putting Band-Aids on. Then we've got things that we can spend time on that doesn't include trying to put together a bond issue.
Well, my opinion is with the bond issue, you can knock out a lot of things at one time. I think the success rate of the bond issues around here were surprising but encouraging. I don't think McPherson's passed, but I think they wanted to, I think it was them, I think, but they want to build a whole new campus, and it was several, like $100 million. I don't know. We can nickel and dime this every year, but the big expenses will catch us sooner or later because we can't keep up with the big expenses. And if we decide to do a bond, now's the time to be getting our ducks in a row to get somebody hired for a year from now. I did like the way La Crosse used their sales tax with the city. If I'm correct, the city raised a 1% sales tax that went straight to the bond. So it was just not, and is that something they had to coordinate with the city?
So
They had to allow it?
Yeah, the city,
Because that to me has outside people of the district also helping paying for that bond.
essentially the way it worked was the school went to the city council with the proposal. The city council was agreeable to it and was agreeable to put it on the up for vote. What that allowed them to do was lower the impact on property taxes to pay for that bond. They ran it as two separate questions. So you had the question for bond issue, and then you had a question for, I think it was a 1 cent sales tax. So if the bond issue passed and the sales tax didn't, you still had your bond issue. What I don't know specifically is if the opposite would have happened, whether or not that 1 cent sales tax would have gone into effect and the school district could have recouped that money and used it for capital expenses or not. And it probably depends on how the question is written. And you could probably write it two different ways. You could write it as a 1 cent sales tax to help with capital improvements at the school or towards a bond issue, or you could write it as, if the bond issue passes, do you also approve of a 1 cent sales tax to lower the property tax impact of that bond issue? But I think that would be I think that's worth a conversation.
Very much so.
Have they raised for the half cent for the pool?
I
I
don't believe
believe so. I think it was a 1/2 cent.
Curious how much that's raised since it's happened, since it.
I think it was a 1/2 cent sales tax. And at one point in time, I thought that brought in $300,000 a year or something. It's a sizable amount of money.
School. That's possible. Doesn't go away, doesn't it?
Pretty hard to find out exactly what they're doing
With the
to
city
the city.
and pool.
Yeah. I've never seen a total price.
I don't know that I have either. I know they ended up with a whole lot more grant money than what they originally started with. But I think they've got a match portion of that too.
So what's everybody thought? Do we start singling things out, fixing them one at a time, or proceed with a bond issue? I mean, that's to me is where we're at.
I think that decision's already been made.
Yeah, I thought we were already talking about the bond issue.
I mean,
Just a matter of how
okay.
much, what kind of things
We
we
didn't
were
want
gonna
to,
do.
we didn't want to fix the heat because you wanted to do the bond issue. I mean, I think that decision's already been made.
Okay. Then we need to get we need to get somebody hired to help with the bond at real numbers.
What I would suggest is we start with putting together some community meetings and have some conversations and get some community input on what as a community we feel needs to be done, not done. Because you're gonna have extremes. You're gonna have people in the community, we need a big, huge gym like Kinsley's or Spearville's or something like that, which that's not what we need to do. And you're gonna have some people that, I'm not gonna give you a dime. You're gonna have those two extremes. So can we come together and find some middle ground on some things that we definitely need to do? Because you've got that, I'll use the locker rooms as a prime example. We need to do something. Do we need 2 locker rooms? Do we need 4 locker rooms? those type of conversations, and then as a community, as that group kind of narrows things down and you guys have input into that, then we bring in the architect who can say, okay, if you do everything on your list, this is what's going to cost. And they say that's $30 million. We can't do that. So what do we take off? And as a community, you make some of those decisions. And the reason I say bring in community is because the people that are part of that conversation from the beginning are the ones that are going to go out there and try to help sell it. They're the ones that are going to be eventually your yes votes that are going to go talk to everybody on the street and say, you need to go vote for this. We need this, and this is why. And if you don't believe me, go up to the school and go take a walk with Mr. Flax or Mr. Reinhardt or whoever, or go talk to the teachers and see what they're dealing with in their classrooms. I think the more you have some of that, the easier it is come next November to get someone to vote in the affirmative for us. I think we start with a list of this is what we see as a board, as school administration. What do we add to it? What do we take away from it as we talk to community members?
So you're thinking just come up with a committee or meeting with the community members to start with?
And we can do that multiple ways. If
Yeah.
there's certain people that you feel this person needs to be part of this conversation. And like I've said before, you need people that are definitely knows, so they get a feel for what's out there. So at least they have the real information when they go and say, I'm not voting for it. They're not just basing that off of that building was perfectly fine 50 years ago when I was there. You need some definite yeses, but you need several on the fences so that you get some honest conversation. We could also just advertise town hall meeting. Anybody that's interested in having a conversation, come have a conversation with us, and we can organize that and get people in to have conversations about the shape of the building. We can do tours of the building, just like you guys did here a couple months ago, so they can see some of the things. The biggest problem we're going to have is the vast majority of the money we're talking about is money that you'll never see. It's stuff that's either going to be buried in concrete or up on a roof. And I think sometimes that's hard for people to understand because they don't understand the fact that I can spend $5,000 to replace the HVAC in my house, where we're spending $500,000. And having some honest conversations about the difference in costs and those type of things between your home and the school is big.
Well, the simple fact is you can build a new house for X, but you add on to your dining room and redo your kitchen. Seems like it costs half that much.
Mhm.
And that's the position we're in.
Yep.
I like your idea of having 2 or 3 town halls, maybe based at the gym.
On
Have
site.
somebody on site, have somebody possibly have a list of what we're thinking. If community members, maybe search out community members that are for or against to come there, voice opinions both ways. And then just work that over. I guess if you do that, then maybe in a month, we kind of know where to go from there.
Mhm.
I'd maybe throw out a couple different dates, have that a couple times, so we can get, see if there's an overall
Interest.
interest to do it or not to do it, and then make the decision. If there's interest to do it, then what do you support doing? Whatever anybody else here thinks.
Well, it's worth a try.
Sure.
I like the community thing too, rather than us just picking people, because then it's like, well, how did they get on?
Yeah.
I didn't get asked. How did they get on? I didn't get asked. We open it up and say, everybody come that's interested, then that somebody can't come back later and say, well, I never even got a chance to say anything. Well, you didn't come.
Yeah.
And it throws it back into,
I like to do that. If there's a time frame, I'd like to do that 2 times before our next meeting.
Okay.
So there's Nobody has that excuse. Well, I was out of town.
And support, some supporting documentation of trying to do the HVAC and elements.
Mhm.
This is what we was looking at, this is what this costs, because I think it's gonna blow their minds of what things actually cost.
Well, and showing them a picture of what we spent money on. The elementary boiler is a prime example. We spent that money to get it up and running, and we've had nothing but trouble with it since we turned the heat on this year. And it's a regulator switch, or it's something else, and just trying to get things figured out. Well, at the end of the day, with the cost of things, that ends up being a $10,000 bill. It's another $10,000 that we've spent on something so that we've got heat or air conditioning, and we've done that a lot in the elementary school, from the air conditioning not working from. the
And
start
I
of
would
the
bring
school
that
year.
list that you've had from the past of what we've spent on things, including the sewer lines underneath the kit, that type of stuff. That's just yearly maintenance, but the cost associated with that. Any other suggestions, input? It's gonna take all of us.
I like the idea of having it in the gym. Can you have them come in where they have to walk through the locker rooms? And then into the auditorium and then into the gym? And then you can say, now we can, follow this one before we get started.
Sign this safety
Well,
waiver.
really, yeah, the locker room and kind of, given our auditorium and new facelift are two things that are high on the priority. Let them take a look at it. By next meeting, we're gonna know, we might know that, hey, we have very negative support to the public, or we have some support in the public. And that may give the board a better direction.
Okay, I will work on doing that.
Okay, moving on.
And text us the day of.
Yeah.
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 Well, and one thing to remember too is I may have to double check and see whether or not in that particular situation I can
Oh,
have
were
you
there-
all there.
No.
But I'm guessing we can only have 3 of you. So it may be that I try to set up 2 and 3 of you decide to come to one and another 3 come.
Okay.
I might try to set up 3 dates and we try to have
Okay.
2 or 3 of you at each one of them.
My issue is gonna be if the naysayers that don't show up,
Mhm.
because we're
But
gonna
then they
get,
had a chance.
they had a chance. We're gonna have 100% of support, that then all of a sudden, we're gonna get snowballed with, no, but we need their input also, is what I'm trying to say.
Probably sooner than later.
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to 7.2, executive session for the superintendent evaluation. I think 10 minutes would be sufficient.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
Copy with them.
Yes, just with the board.
Keep hitting my legs, man. Something felt different about this desk. I had to go today.
You want to send an email out? Well, we probably should say something to Kara and see if she wants a third person for junior high. And you might just grab her and make sure that she would like to have someone all the time. And then send an email out to staff to see if anyone on staff is interested. find some actual dates. The only nice thing is just now getting into the basketball season. So do this, we'll probably try to set up for next week already. So we put together a presentation. I would say better rundown of capital expenses up to this point. The things we have to fix to do. At least 5 years, if not more than that. I can put Wes in front of the gym full of people and talk about what he has to deal with every day, because if he could do that, I think that would be very beneficial.
You should write that out.
Write the speech for him, say this, put a shock collar on him and shock him when he gets off script.
If we have photos of like, the places people are.
Yeah. Do you two have any thoughts, opinions on bond issue after going through and seeing the buildings?
I mean, not a lot's changed since I've been in school, so it's just a little kind of falling apart in places. Yeah. Especially like the grade school, like,
The grade school,
I think there's a lot more in the grade school that you've done than in the high school. But it's also like, just like a facelift in grade school all over.
just expensive, basically.
Well, but that's just it, is it doesn't matter what we do, it's just, it's so expensive to do anything.
It'd be interesting to see if we could get some grant money for the locker rooms and stuff. And then not have to put that on the budget, so you can just put it else, in other places. Then maybe lower the budget.
One thing that really interests me is whether or not we get our hands on FEMA money and build locker rooms that are storm shelters.
And then,
And yeah, and then the biggest problem with that is you have to make them accessible
yeah.
in the event of a storm, which I don't think is too big of a deal. But the FEMA will pay for the physical structure. Now, if you're talking $1 million to build locker rooms, that physical structure to build them tornado safe is going to be more expensive than just building something. But if I would guess the physical structure cost of $1 million locker room project, it is probably $500,000 or $600,000. And right now you're going to look at spending close to $1 million for a metal building big enough for locker rooms. So I mean, there's possibilities out there. A lot of times you have to run your bond issue, pass it, and then find out whether or not you got the FEMA money. So it's more of a, you have to trust us that we're going to do everything we can, but we need to start with this dollar amount. We're going to try to lower it as we go.
That city sales tax was interesting. That might just sway people one way or the other too. If it won't increase your property taxes high, if you just. If more people came to the committee and knew that.
Was that? There a time limit on that sales tax for?
It's the life of the bond. So they're 20-year bond.
I mean, for the pool, when they put that.
Oh,
in?
for the pool, no, I think it was limited. But I don't know for sure.
Put a time limit, like, this is gonna be like in place for like 5 years or whatever. don't know.
I think so, but I'm not for sure how long it was. Well, and the nice thing is about a sales tax. I don't think people think about how often out of town people utilize our facilities. Whether it's ball games and stuff, but a lot of people utilize those facilities, but they don't pay a dime to do that.
Yeah.
If you have a sales tax, then you collect some money from them for the use of that facility.
A lot of kids like the dart rocket.
There's always kids in it.
There was a bunch of them this weekend. We went.
Yeah,
and the
there's
kids playing.
I played for the first time today.
It's pretty fun. I've never played. My nephew's.
It was, I think, amazing. I think it was amusing. I didn't break anything, so.
Is it just cement on the bottom?
That's not workman's comp, just so you're aware of that.
That's clear.
But no, yeah, there's always kids out there.
Yeah,
It's been good.
even after school. Now that basketball has started, there's a few students that will go and play basketball, but for the most part, what they all did.
I think I might have to try to explain it to me.
I think I looked it up once and then I was like, nah.
Just
It's a
come
big
play.
thing.
It's a big thing. I'll give you a recess time.
It's kind of a combination of Foursquare and dodgeball.
That's what Kira's little boy tried to tell me. I'm like, you didn't know what Foursquare is? And he's like, well, it has Foursquare. I'm like, whatever. He's like, you're no help.
It seemed like that 2 minutes. Move for 10.
Second, motion second for 10 more.
So with like Hayes's new school going up, how did they do their bond? It's just starting now, but it got passed last year, right?
Yeah, and they did a combination of property and sales tax.
Yeah.
And it's, I think what, to the east of the current high school, they're building a new high school building. And they will turn the old high school building into a their middle school.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw some of their plans that they put up and everything for it.
Well, that old Kennedy Middle School. They did it. That's not owned by the school district. That was.
So the Kennedy, so that's an interesting situation because the Kennedy Middle School building is owned by the Catholic Diocese. The Catholic Diocese was renting it to the school district to run as a middle school. So in Hayes, up until
10 years ago.
it's been more than that. It's probably been close to 20 years ago. The Catholic Diocese had preschool through 6th grade, but did not have 7th and 8th grade, and then had TMP 9-12. So they did not have junior high private Catholic school. And I don't know if it was the superintendent at the time or a couple of board members that realized, I think the diocese was charging them, it was in excess of $300,000 a year for rent for that building. And they saw that and basically decided, yeah, we're not paying that anymore. It was kind of short-sighted because essentially what happened was, as soon as they did that, then the Catholic diocese came in and said, fine, we're going to start 7th and 8th grade. And essentially, all of the kids that went to Kennedy Middle School then went to TMP for 7th and 8th grade. So yes, they saved the $300,000, but they lost almost $1 million in FTE and Bay State aid.
Else in the Felton that
Mhm.
didn't go there.
Yeah.
And Felton wasn't Felton.
Yeah.
So
Because what's
The
the
full middle
school
school.
behind SERS? What's that grade school there by SERS?
So the grades, that's,
Wilson.
you got Felton Middle School back there, and then, so if SERS is
Wilson.
right here, you've got Felton Middle
Yeah.
School, and then there's a grade school right there, and that is
Wilson.
Wilson, yeah.
Yeah, because that's where like some of the rec volleyball was held.
Mhm.
And that place, it didn't have AC during the summer.
No.
Yeah.
Hayes High,
Yeah,
current Hayes High doesn't have AC,
yep, that was,
but not all their gyms. Maybe that one back gym might have been AC.
yeah, that back gym was, but the main one
The main
wasn't.
gym was not AC.
Yeah,
I know, do all that.
That good, huh?
Summer league, and it was hot and second. Well, same thing, college, Gross Memorial's not AC.
yep.
You know. College, you didn't think about that.
Well, there was a ton of classrooms even on campus, like when I was in school that they didn't have AC.
Mhm.
Or we ran little space heaters in the lab rooms, like that's all the heat there was in those rooms.
How many breaks do seniors get for college?
How many? There's not. Well, it
So there's no,
used to be, no, all as they have documentation.
okay, I was thinking there was two.
Used to be that way, the team, but probably when McKenna was there, probably did, but we changed that several years back, and
Okay,
it's not a,
we're just looking at.
no, somebody will use that, but some people need to go 4 or 5 places before they can figure out what.
I think we figured out where, it's just. There was the initial visit, then there's admitted senior day, and then there's. Like enrollment and. So.
Oh, sorry.
Move for another 10.
Another 10,
Second.
motion second, all in favor? Okay.
See what jobs are open out there?
I knew there's a DOC position. We're hiring.
Let's try.
I hear there might be a daycare.
The one thing I'm trying real hard not to get into business with is daycare. I'm gonna run it.
Yeah. Constructive conservation.
I think it's the permanent corrections.
Yeah.
I don't know, they may let me in on that and then not let me back out if I went to the DOC. I tell you what, I went when in Larned, we provided the educational services to the juvenile detention center. And I went out there and toured one time, and it's a pretty eerie feeling when that door shuts behind you as you go in. And I'm a big boy and I can have a pretty big ego sometimes. And there are some high school age kids in there that scared the crap out of me.
What's that TV show? Where they take the kids into jail?
Scared straight.
Yeah. I would probably start crying right there.
Youngest Levi. These were two, but I was gonna say, I'm sure kids are really young. Levi, Carmen, too. So did you guys go there to teach them?
So there was a full-time staff of teachers that worked out there every day. So the way the facilities worked was set up, you had living facilities and then you had classrooms attached to those. So you had kids that would be in their cells and would come out of their cells to a classroom, but then you'd also have kids that never got out of their cells. And you'd have to go to them to, here's your homework or whatever, and hope you didn't get things thrown at you and what have you. They had a full-time administrator out there. That basically was a school in and of itself, but I mean, they had kids from what, 7th graders would be 12, 13 years old to 18-year-olds.
And I would imagine a very wide range of grade level.
Oh, absolutely.
Benefits paid by.
Like it's actually in place, or they're just talking about it.
The government, it's a federal, right now it's for state employees.
Okay.
So it's not.
So they're doing 12 weeks of paid maternity leave.
Yes, but I didn't know if the. But it doesn't say. Who it come from.
So this is just government. Scroll down.
The email was how many school districts have adopted this.
So when did this come out? What's the day on? 2021? I can't believe
No,
that.
it's, well,
Say, yeah.
this is just for state employees,
Uh-huh.
but the email was how many,
I can't imagine anybody's done that. We can afford to.
and I'm like, well, where does the paid leave come from? If any school districts have adopted.
So my guess is it only applies to, well, to not the state employee. It only applies to employees that fall under the executive branch of the governor. I guess that's the only ones that she'd have control over. She has basically redone her budget or put in budget stipulations to be able to afford to do that. And she's just paying that extra leave. So it probably doesn't truly affect a whole lot of people.
I haven't heard anything.
You're watching the school board.
Okay. We'll roll into 8.1, approve the 22-23 financial audit that we enjoyed listening to.
I would so move.
Second,
Motion second to approve the audit, all in favor? All opposed?
I just have to say, that's pretty impressive, all that they do. All that you do. I'm going through all the numbers and all the categories, and you're amazing, Susie. Thank you.
I agree.
8.2, approve elementary roof insurance claim.
So I want to talk about 8.2 and 8.3 together a little bit to go hand in hand. So we had some wind damage to the old part of the elementary school roof. There is some little damage on the new part of the building also, but not anything that insurance is going to touch. But they totaled out the roof on the old part of the building. You have that document available to you. They calculated between the replacement of the roof and that $203,000 is just the covering, not any of the insulation underneath or anything like that. But you had $203,000 for a new covering, $5,500 in temp repairs, because one of the problems we're running into is getting someone out here to replace it right now. Those people aren't available. So insurance is willing to pay $5,500 towards temp repairs so that it doesn't get worse. So you have that. We have a $50,000 deductible through EMC, but we also purchased a $25,000 buy down on the secondary market. So, and I'll show you that as we get closer, and then you have $50,000 in depreciation on that roof. The roof is almost 30 years old. And like I mentioned earlier, one of the concerns I have with insurance, the way it's settling right now is that I would say with our new policy that took effect November 1st, we wouldn't have gotten any money for that elementary roof because of its age as of right now. But between those two things, EMC has written, and we already have the check for $109,060.19. So as we talk about these two, we need a motion to accept that loss and that payment. And then we can talk about, or do you want to talk about all of it before we?
You mean you have a bid on the fix?
Yeah, well, so, yeah, so this is the breakdown. So revenue wise, you had $109,060.19 from EMC. You have $25,000 in revenue from the deduction or the deductible buyback. So you have $134,060.19 to put towards a new roof. As we will know on the high school roof, getting anybody out here to get us a quote or a bid is nearly impossible. So you have a bid for a TPO roof, which would be the same type of roof we put on the high school. And that, again, that's just the covering. There's no insulation in that. What insurance has said is we feel that the insulation is good. It is not wet, does not need to be replaced. Now, when they tear off the existing cover and they find out that the insulation is bad, has gotten wet and is ruined, then insurance is going to have to come back in and redo that quote.
So by us approving 109,000, does that forfeit our
No.
right to?
No, it does
Okay.
not. And essentially we won't know until they pull that off. And if they decide, if Roof Masters, once they get up there to do the work, decides that the insulation is bad or a portion of the insulation is bad, then the insurance adjuster will have to come in and work out that conversation. To do the entire roof, to do insulation and everything, you're almost $500,000. So hopefully the insulation is good, everything is good, and all we're talking about is just replacing the covering piece. The TPO roof from Roof Masters, he gave me a bid of $185,000 versus the $209,000. So they reduced their costs for us a little bit there. The temporary repairs are his bid, which was $5,500. And then there's about $9,500 in repairs that need to be done to the new part of the roof. There's two different ways to look at that. We could spend a $9,500 one-time money, they'll make those repairs, or we can look at a 5-year maintenance agreement. We would save $1,500. We'd spend $7,000 now, but then we'd spend $7,000 a year for 5 years. And what that does is they come out twice a year. They inspect the entirety of the roof. So they'd inspect the new part of the building, and they inspect the old part. So they put in a new roof and they'd inspect it twice a year. That $7,000 pays for any minor issues. You know, if the roof gets torn off or we have damage like we had with the wind, that $7,000 isn't going to fix that. But basically that $7,000 a year would help us maintain the roof on both those buildings. The thing I like about that is it does help us further down the road on the new part of the building. The gentleman from Roof Master says, honestly, it's in pretty good shape. There's just a couple things that need to be fixed. And by fixing those, that'll stop the leaks that we have in the new part of the building, and we can get several years of life out of it. You know, we talk about a bond issue. That could be something that as we look at the things we want to spend money on, decide we can't spend it on everything that we're wanting to do. Maybe we don't need to look at the roof on the new part of the elementary school right away. So you have a couple different things. Acceptance of the insurance payment. And then we need approval for roof masters to come in and start and do the temporary repairs and then start setting up planning for the new roof on the old elementary part of the old elementary building. And that breaks it down to give you an idea. You're gonna have, if you stick with the $9,500 one-time fee, you've got revenue of $134,000. You've got costs of $200,000, so you're spending $65,000 out of capital.
So the repair, if we replace the roof or repair the whole roof, it's the whole roof or it's just on the new or the old?
So the roof that is getting replaced is just on the old limestone building.
Okay.
So basically half the building gets a new roof. The building that was the brick building that was built in the 80s, the gentleman for Roof Masters says really the roof is in pretty good shape. There's just some repairs that need to be made to it, and they will make those repairs for us for $9,500. If we want to look at a maintenance fee, they'll knock that $9,500 down to $7,000, but then we're paying that $7,000 every year for 5 years because they're going to come out twice a year to inspect it and make repairs as needed.
And maybe you already said that, but is that original to the building on the new part? Is the roof
No, I
original?
think it was 2013. Yeah. So it's not a super old roof.
And our deductible was 5.
Already,
We wish.
yeah, our deductible was $50,000.
Because
And
I
we
just
bought-
want, I mean, because if we had something else happen to it, then we would just, but it needs to be over $50,000 for us to.
Yeah.
I hate
Well,
that
and-
$7,000 deal. I hate that. I hate those things. They just come milk in it.
well,
It's never the little problem that takes care of it. Oh, we got a bigger issue
Yeah.
now. It's gonna be more money.
Yeah.
the bigger problem is insurance has seen the $9,500 for the repairs that needs to be done. So those won't be covered if we have another incident anyway. And their other comment was, we've seen these we've seen these things, you need to fix those. So any damage that comes from those. So we've got a piece on the southwest corner on the wall for the second level of the elementary, where a piece of the roof is kind of peeled away. Well, it's going to catch any snow we get, and then any moisture we get in there, it's just going to ruin everything. Well, insurance has seen that, so we need to spend the $9,500 at a minimum to fix what's up there, so that we're in good standing and have all that done.
Well, I'll do the easy part. I move that we accept the $109,000 check from the insurance company.
I second that.
Got a motion second to accept the insurance claim. All in favor? All opposed. Now 8.3. So, to me, like at a minimum, it's gonna be the 5,500 and the 9,500. Is that correct? I mean,
Well, yeah, for right now today, but
right. I
if-
mean,
if you don't approve the $185,000 next week, it's $200,000, and 2 weeks after that, it's $250,000. Would be my concern. The reason it was kind of an interesting conversation because Roof Masters and the insurance adjuster had a very long conversation, and Roof Master said, "Here's our quote to fix it," and the insurance guy said, "Yeah, no, that's not going to work." So there's a lot of quabbling back and forth. And I think ultimately what it came down to was the insurance guy went to other roofers, and their number was much higher than Roof Masters. So insurance came back and said, "Fine, we'll pay Roof Masters to do this." Because it's an insurance claim, we're not bound by quote laws and those type of things as far as because we're over $20,000 getting multiple quotes from other companies. But like we found out from the high school roof, nobody around here is going to beat Roof Masters in price. We had our issues with the insulation on that roof, but they've also been real good at coming back and fixing the things that we run into too. So
What do you mean by the higher prices in a couple of weeks and a month and 2 months?
price of product, price of labor.
Those are very bigger numbers for such a short time. I'm not following. you there.
I'm just telling you from what I've experienced with contractors. Here's my quote. It's good for 15, 20 days. Come December, here's my new quote, and I guarantee it'll be higher.
Would they be able to start working on it right away, Derek?
They are looking at probably just after the first of the year. It is a mechanically attached roof, so temperature wise, yes, it needs to not be completely and totally frozen all the time. But because it's mechanically attached versus glued down, then they could start after the first year and start working on it.
You guys think?
Well, like you say, what kind of other options we got? I'd like to wish we had 600,000 in our capital out. So
I need like highlights. What is it we're talking about? Like, what's the number we need to vote on tonight? Because are we voting on 200,000? Are we voting on 134,000? Are we voting on 69,000 or 65,000? Does anyone else know?
Yeah, 65,000.
Okay, thank you. All right. I just see all those things and I'm going, yeah,
That's to
this
break down
total
the-
cost,
yeah.
total cost, I just need, okay.
That is what you're talking about right now.
So we are talking about 200,000, not 65. You said it was 65.
No.
That's what you wanna
That's
come.
how much it costs.
That's the project's cost. Your cost
Without
out of pocket
insurance.
is 65
Because of the claim. off the
because of all
insurance.
the revenue we brought in from the claim.
All right.
And I guess to piggyback with her, that gets us a new roof on the old building and a repaired roof on the newer part of the building.
Yes,
Just the skin, not the insulation on the
that
old.
is correct.
Just the skin.
And we won't know about insulation until they,
Get up there.
in January, get up there, pull off the old and decide, oh, there's insulation problems. and
Would
then
that, some of that be covered under insurance
It
then?
would all be, but well, and I guess technically, I don't know what they do with depreciation of that piece, but they've depreciated it 50,000. We've already paid our deductible, so the deductible won't come out because it's not a new claim. It's an existing claim. So you don't have to worry about the $50,000 loss. I don't know if they depreciate it more or not. I mean, you depreciated it already. My thought would be that if they determine the insulation's bad, they've got to replace it. Insurance is paying for all of that.
So if it snows 2 feet, how much trouble are we in?
Right now,
Yeah.
a lot.
Trouble. We have to fix it.
And
You can't not fix it.
Oh, absolutely, but first of the year's away, so
Between
what?
now and then.
It
I
hasn't-
don't,
it
you're
hasn't-
not gonna get anybody else out here, and that's what the temporary fixes do. The temporary fixes put it in a place where it should hold up until they can get the new roof on it. We really don't want to wait until summer though.
So
That
the,
would be the concern.
so the temporary fix, the quickest they can be here is January 1st.
No, the temporary fix they'll do next week.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Well,
Yes.
that's-
Okay.
Yeah, no, the
okay.
temporary, and maybe even this week.
I was
Yeah, I'll
thinking we
let
have to
him-
get up there with tarps and stuff.
Yeah, there'd be a lot of big
Don't
tarps.
worry, it doesn't rain.
I also.
It will
Hoping
eventually.
for snow.
It will eventually, Jason.
There are also two other things that we need, that I want to make sure you're aware of. So when they ran the electrical for the window air conditioning in that old part of the building, wasn't me, was well before me. It's probably been 25, 30 years ago when they did it. They ran the lines and mechanically attached it to the roof, in the roof lining. And And as part of the damage, that all get pulled off. Well, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put those lines back into the roof. They need to be raised up. So I think Jeff McGranahan's coming out tomorrow to take a look to see what it's gonna cost to raise those up. The other thing that we need to really probably take consideration is if you're not paying attention, you don't even realize it's there, but there is a, what, probably 50 or 60 foot tall radio tower on the east side of the elementary school.
For the buses.
Well, but it doesn't get used anymore.
No, I mean, it used
Yeah,
to.
yeah, it's what it was for. It was for two-way radio.
Yeah.
It probably needs to come down too. The reason I say that is it's not getting used, and right now the guide wires attach into the roof. So to me, I wouldn't want to put a new roof that we're gonna automatically have holes in. It's best to pull all that out and do it right so that we're not putting holes into a brand new roof to keep all that stuff attached. DNS is gonna come out and give us an idea of what it would cost to help take that tower down. Wes said for the right amount of money, he'd do it himself. And I said, it's definitely not gonna be a workman's comp situation. But those are two things, and I don't imagine either one of those are gonna be really big dollar things, but those are two things we probably should do as we put the new roof on there too.
Well, you're never gonna put a roof on for that kind of money. So I'd make the motion to make the repairs.
One second.
That's for the 65,900, correct?
Yeah, odd sense.
Okay, got a motion.
$1,000 project.
Yeah. Minus the insurance claim, that's our cost. So got a motion and a second, all in favor? All opposed. Okay, let's discuss meal reimbursement rates.
So we've had some issues currently, like when we go to state events, about the only thing we pay for students is when they go to state events. Currently, we're paying $5 for breakfast, $7 for lunch, $11 for supper. If you've gone out to eat, you know that's definitely not going to get you very far. And these would be meal reimbursement rates for staff if they're on an overnight stay or something like that too. Susie did some work and found out from other clerks and figured the average right now across school districts, $8.65 for breakfast, $10.58 for lunch, $13.71 for supper. The high was $13 for breakfast, $14 for lunch, and $23 for supper. So I guess if someone is feeding steak every night, someone's gone. But if you look at it per day, the average was $39 a day. The high was $50 a day. A lot of times what we do when we send kids on a trip like that for state or whatever, we give the sponsor, here's your money for the day for each kid. And then you figure out how you're spending that. So we can look at this a couple different ways, whether it is a daily per diem type of thing, or if we want to truly break it down as a breakfast, lunch, dinner type of reimbursement. And again, this really about the only thing is state for the kids. That's about the only thing we've really ever paid for is when they are an overnight stay, going to a state event, whether it's cross country or track or basketball or whatever. And then
Even if they're gone for the day for state.
we pay for their meals and stuff.
Does the
then
state have
staff,
a current per diem rate?
like the state of Kansas?
Yeah.
I'm sure they do. I'm not for sure what it is.
It was $65 when I left. Day.
Okay.
This is for children or employees?
Both.
Oh.
The staff and students on that state trip.
Is our current thing is split up by meal?
Mhm.
Okay.
Is it the same amounts if staff is like gone on a continuing ed day or whatever?
Never paid for meals. for
Oh, really?
When we go on like national conventions and those type of things, we've done that, and we've just kind of paid whatever it's going to cost. You know, if you're in Orlando for a conference, it's expensive. And we want staff to go. We don't want to have them spend a lot of money out of pocket. But very rarely do we have anything where staff is gone overnight. If it's not a student related type of situation. Looks
Susie,
like-
would it be easier for you to do just one flat rate for,
It does not make a difference. I mean, it comes out to a total of $250, and when you give us your receipts back, you were under that $250. It does not make really.
59. That's what it looked like the state was. 59.
What are the rates right now?
Our current rates are 5, 7, and 11.
Supposedly.
5, 7, and 11.
I don't know. I just went on a work trip last week and I don't even think breakfast.
Oh, you can get a
Barely
breakfast for
getting
5.
breakfast. I want to say I spent between 12 and.
And we do try to
15.
find motels that
Free
breakfast is
breakfast.
included.
Right.
So,
And then they can take that breakfast money and apply it to a different one.
Like I was just even thinking like, what's a Subway sub now? Like, and that's like,
12 something. or-
yeah, and that's like not
Not the meal deal.
right.
I just got a pencil, typically with what I eat. To me, that's about $40 a day.
that's what I was gonna say. How's $40 a day sound?
That's just, and
It's
that's
not
given
the
10,
low, but it's-
15, and 15.
Yeah.
And that's what your average right now from the school districts we got information from was $39 per day.
Let's go with 40.
So if they eat a continental breakfast at a hotel, they can take that money and apply it towards
Yeah.
supper or whatever. If
Yeah.
they eat someplace a little bit more expensive for supper.
I would move for 40 a day.
Second,
Got a motion for 40 a day, all in favor? All opposed. 8.5 daycare center letter of support.
So I wanna clarify a couple things. Because I want to be careful how I share all this information out to you. I was hoping a couple other members of the foundation would be here, but they're not, so it's Jovi and I. So back in 16-17, the county had hired Anthony Roy as economic development coordinator. When he left and to bigger and better things, they didn't replace that economic development person. But during that time between Anthony and myself, Joey was on the board, was on the foundation at that time, and Ned Fellholter, and a couple other community members got together, and Dave Jarvis was on there, and we put together a 501c3 foundation, nonprofit, focused on community development, economic development. At that particular point in time, we were looking at trying to figure out how to keep the movie theater up and running. When Anthony left, it fell on the foundation, the board's shoulders. We kept it running for a little while, trying to do some things, and it kind of fizzled out. As we looked at daycare and those possibilities, I got the folder out and started going through it, got the 501c3 status reinstated with IRS for that foundation. So now we have in the community and economic development, community development foundation. So within that foundation right now, Joby, myself, Aaron Keene, Kylie Kraus, Tara Wattoon, and we're talking to a couple other people to be a part of that. As a foundation, we have turned in applications for $100,000 rural improvement grant through the Patterson Foundation that would go towards a daycare facility. We've turned in, I believe, an $85,000 to $90,000 grant through the Patterson Foundation that is called a foundation builder. And what that money would allow us to do as a foundation is to hire a full-time employee that would be focused on running the foundation, fundraising for the community, grant writing for the community for different things that the community needs, working on events and those type of things to further develop the community both socially and economically. The biggest thing that we're looking right now is daycare. And like I've told you, and like we've discussed, we don't want to be in the daycare business as a school district, but we do have a need. In the community, we have a need as a school to have daycare available to our staff. Right now, the Children's Cabinet has a very sizable grant out there. It is a very competitive grant. So in front of you, you have several documents. You have a letter that we've wrote as a foundation, as a guiding document for you to consider. You also have the capital project accelerated grant. So that's the grant we're looking at as a foundation for a daycare center. And then you have the document that our rough draft document for that grant. We're probably looking at close to $1.2 million grant for a daycare center. And essentially we'd be looking at building a brand new facility that would have enough spots for 75 daycare, or slots for 75 children birth to 5 during a given day. The hospital is willing to take their current daycare license and transfer it over to this facility. He's got staff in that are doing a great job and would be moved into this facility to staff it and run it as an independent nonprofit entity. They have a couple additional people that if they had slots and could bring more kids in, that they would hire. So I think a facility like that is staffable through the use of that facility. So you would take the current kids they have moving into that, and you'd have right around 50 slots for other people in the community to utilize. I would foresee that a couple of our independent daycare providers would probably come into that facility also, that have expressed some interest in those type of things. As part of the grant, it will pay for 85% of whatever budget we put together. So we need a 15% match of some sort. Well, if we're looking at $1.2 million, that's not just a couple pennies that we're going to pick up off the street. So looking at ways to bring that money together so that whether it's a school district, the county, the city, or any of our major employers in town that have a need for daycare for their staff, bringing those together to help bring in those funds and pick up that 15%. We would need a location to build. We have looked at the current dance studio. It is not big enough for what we need as a community. It would fit the current needs of the hospital, and then probably our needs as a school district, but nothing else. So it's not a long-sighted adventure as far as that fitting the needs of what we need for a community. You've got a home to the south of that you could possibly purchase, tear down and add on to the current dance studio facility to have enough space for that 75 spot daycare center. The other thing that we discussed is where in town and what makes sense locale wise to build a center. And one of the things we discussed was the fact that as part of this grant, there needs to be a collaboration between a daycare center and educational facility, the daycare center, a health facility, the daycare center, and local government, and the daycare center and your community in general. So as part of the grant, the conversation would be what kind of programming, what kind of things have we put in place so that it's not just you drop your kid off and we watch them all day. There's actually educational benefits to bring your kid to a daycare center. And as a school system, we'd work with the daycare center and the people who work there to help provide those types of things. The other conversation was location. For your 3, 4, and 5-year-olds that are going to preschool and then daycare for half a day, it would be very beneficial if that daycare center was very close to a preschool building. So as a foundation, we talked about the north end of the elementary playground, like when we talked about a possible place for a pool. And we talked about the north side of the high school as possible locations. If we build a new facility there, we are talking about something probably in the size of 100 by 60 or 100 by 65 building. So 66,000 to 6,500 square foot facility. Our initial conversations are a freestanding metal insulated building, and then you would have the ability to set it up inside however you want. What the foundation is asking from you is a letter of support for a couple different things. Location to build. You know, could the district provide either the north side of the high school or the north side of the elementary playground as a location to build a daycare center? Then educational programming support through our preschool and our early elementary ideas and those type of things, so that the kids, again, it's not just showing up and we're babysitting. We're trying to do some educational things, and then some sort of annual funding to secure slots for staff. So the way I look at it, I think we've kind of talked about this before, is if we had a daycare center in town, what we would do as a school district is we would pay an annual fee to say, I've got access to 10 slots. And then just like health insurance, I hire a new person. You don't have to worry about finding daycare. You still have to pay for your daycare, but here's your slot. You don't have to go look for it. It is a high quality daycare. It's a safe place to send your kid, those type of things. So it's a recruitment tool for us. We pay that annual fee, and that annual fee helps keep the daycare running. Ultimately, the goal would be that the daycare center is self-sufficient. Our ultimate goal would be that it runs itself, it takes care of itself, overseen by the foundation board as oversight. And then eventually it's its own entity and it takes care of itself as a nonprofit, and that annual fee we don't have to do anymore. Would be the ultimate goal. But we understand that as a community, this is something that's very big. It is something that we need. It is something we need as a recruitment tool to bring young families into the community. It's a tool we need to make sure we have quality staff. You know, right now, I'll be 100% honest. I would have no problems if it wouldn't cause all sorts of issues coming to you and say, I need a $5,000 check so that I can convince one of our current daycare providers to kick 2 people out of their daycare so that Kendra Wattoon had daycare for her 2 kids, so I could have her 5 days a week instead of 2. That's the type of situation we're in right now as a school district. Being able to find daycare for our teachers, our pairs, and those type of things. You know, we've talked in the past about there have been several occasions over the last couple of years where I could have either sent a teacher home because I couldn't find daycare, or let the teacher have their kid in their classroom all day long. And that's kind of what we've done, is we've let the teacher, as long as it hasn't been a disruption and it's worked out okay. But ultimately, it's not the best situation for the teacher, the kid, or the class. So we definitely face an issue. Biggest problem with the grant is it's due December 18th. So we have a pretty quick turnaround. As the foundation, we met with county commissioners today, had a conversation. I've shared information with Ann Coleman. We'll probably be meeting with the city council. I think they met tonight. They'll meet 2 weeks from now, meet with them. We'll be going out and having conversations with the major employers in town and looking for support and those type of things. The way the grant works is it's a point system. So each thing that you turn in is worth so many points. And then there's additional ways to get points. So the more support you have from your community, the more letters of support that you have, the more entities that are willing to say, will give this or this, will provide this type of thing. The more points you get, the more likely we are to get that grant and build a facility that we're not running as a school district, but then have access to daycare.
Okay, so all that pretty much in a nutshell, do we just kind of gotta more or less say that we authorize them to use ground on this campus?
Yeah, so that I would say that's the biggest thing is as a board,
That we're willing to-
you're willing to have a conversation about a location to build a facility. You're willing to have a conversation about an annual fee structure to be able to offer daycare benefits to your staff, and that you will work with the facility as an educational provider in the community to provide educational programming for the kids in that daycare center.
And as you said, we're willing to have that conversation. We're not willing to offer anything, but we're willing to have that conversation.
Yes.
That's what you're asking of us
So,
now.
yeah, there's not a contract in front of you.
Well, that's what this looks like.
Well, I mean, it's a very generalized, you don't have a specific,
But it's saying that I support it and I don't, so, I mean, I
Well-
just feel like the school's gonna end up paying for everything. I mean, because you just said there's gonna be an annual fee and hopefully it will be whatever the term was, self-reliant on itself. The school, we just had to pay all this money. We don't have the money to keep putting into a daycare. If we have teachers that need daycare, we need to take care of that issue with our teachers, and we figure out what to do with our teachers. I don't think the whole community opening a daycare for 75 kids, when in 5 years, those kids are gonna be in school. So then it's like, you have 2 kids there, you have 5 kids there. You have this huge building for 75 kids and
Has there been any kind of like needs assessment study done for that? I mean, like that number 75, where's that
That's
come
so
from?
so
It
it's
came
not.
from,
it's not,
It's
okay,
not.
okay.
it
And-
came
and
from
here's-
Kylie Kraus, who got it from the state of Kansas. And that is using the children that are age 0 to 5 right now.
And so how many of those are currently in an in-home daycare of that 75?
So right
I
now,
don't
what the information we have from the state is somewhere between 50 and 60 kids are in need of a daycare facility right now. So
And that's in Ness County, Ness City.
Ness County, as an entire county, that's Ness County.
Now, is that just the number of kids that age or the number of kids that are in need of a daycare?
So that is the number of kids from birth to 5 years old.
So not all of
That-
those are
that
in
need-
need.
Right, that would be age eligible for daycare. So at the 75 number, where that comes from is if you look at that 50 to 60 kids,
Uh-huh.
and then I think the hospital currently has 26. So there's your 75. Because you take that facility away and put it in. Ultimately, the way I look at it is if we average 20 kids in kindergarten a year, birth to 5, well, that's 100 kids just in Ness County or Ness City. You then start throwing in the other kids, and it's probably somewhere around 30 kids are born each year that'll eventually be kindergartners in Ness County. So countywide, that's around 150 kids from birth to the age of 5 when they enter kindergarten. That, depending on what the parents decide to do, mom may stay home or grandma may retire and babysit or whatever. Ultimately, you're looking at providing daycare facility for half of those kids that could possibly need a daycare facility. When I talk about, and like I said, I'm at a point right now with Kimber Watoon's situation. If I didn't think it would cause us so many problems I would have no problems walking up to Madden or Eric Carr or anybody and saying, here's $5,000, kick 2 people out so that she could have daycare. But I don't think that's the business you want to be in either as a school district, to make sure that we have coverage for our current staff. I think you're always going to have a need for, in this county, for that 60 number of
How
daycare.
many daycare spots do we currently have in the county with the daycares that operate right now?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I think that's an important piece of information to have though, because it doesn't set well with me to close down 6 small businesses in town to open this.
Right.
I mean, and I don't know how, that's. I'm
We're
just
not
throwing
saying they
6
have
out
to
there.
be closed down.
So that's why I'm curious about the numbers though, Jody, because this is to give daycare to basically what you assume is every child is going to need daycare in this county, but we already have
some of them.
functioning daycares in town that house how
And-
many children right now?
And they have both relayed to Kylie that they would more than happy shut the 2
And
that
you-
they
there's
and
more
have.
than
she said
2.
county.
There's more than 2
There's Evan
daycares
Ransom
in
over there too.
Ness County.
She said county, not city.
Yeah, and
I mean,
we
are
have
these
some.
numbers that we're talking county numbers? The 75, is that a county number? Or is that
Yeah,
a
the way,
city
yeah,
number?
the 150 would be a county number. As far as if you look at the number of kids that are birthed, if you look at about 30 kids each year born, which is not an exaggeration.
Right, I understand that.
Then
What-
that's a
what-
countywide number, 150.
What I'm curious about is how many daycare spots currently exist in Ness County?
And we can find
I
that.
think
And I
that's
don't, I
I
don't
don't know.
know.
Kylie
information to
never gave
have.
us that information.
I think that's important information to have, though. Is it not?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's helpful, and I'm trying to think, you've got Kristen and you've got Erica and you've got Tabby. I don't know if there's any other truly licensed daycares other than the hospital in town. Can you think of any?
I'm
I
not going to
can't.
throw any
Those
names
are
out because I don't know that the ones that I'm thinking of are licensed. And I'm not
Well,
gonna do
and
that to
that's-
somebody.
And that's the other issue we run into is.
So when you say county though, there is one in Bazine and
Mhm.
there's one in Ransom, there'd be another
Well,
15, 20 kids.
Ransom, I mean, Western Plains School District has one now.
Mhm.
So that's what I'm asking. Are you looking to shut all of those down? If you're
No.
not looking to shut all those down, then you need to have the numbers to know how many spaces are actually needed.
The numbers came from Kylie Krebs.
Let's see, Tara Watoon says there are 8 licensed providers in this county. Now, I don't know how many slots that is. Depending on what age of kids they have, that could be from 2 to 8 kids in each one. Because if you've got infants, newborns, you can only have a couple of them. If you've got a little bit older kids, you could have more. So it's somewhere between 2 and 8 would be my guess from the work I've done as far as trying to figure out how to. And I want to make sure we all understand. I am trying to solve a problem for the school district, because we need daycare for our staff. And trying to do it in a manner where we're not running a daycare center. Because I don't want to be in the daycare business. I don't want to add that to anybody in USD 303's plate. And that's kind of where this conversation came from was, is there something we can do as a community that would solve an issue that's not just a USD 303 issue, it's a BTI issue, it's a county issue, it's a city issue, it's a Fritzler issue. I mean, because everybody has employees that have daycare issues or can't hire anybody because, this person would come work for you, but I can't find daycare. It's very much a situation where I have to find daycare before I can even look for a job right now is kind of the situation we're in as a community. This is a possible solution. The grant itself is competitive enough. I don't know if we'll get it or not. I think I saw somewhere, I know Hayes was one of the communities, but I think it was three communities about the same size of Hayes that ended up getting like $26 million.
They'd already got some of that. And it's, I believe Hayes, Emporia, and one more, but it was a bigger.
Yeah,
size
they're-
community,
but-
And this is basically what's left over after they
Mhm.
gave money to those communities. Is
And-
my understanding of it.
Well, and my understanding is there's a bigger pot of money than what went out that first time. But it's one of those types of things is, you know, the money's there. If you write the grant the right way, you can bring that in. You know, you've got the possibility of building a facility that allow you to solve a problem we have as a community is the ultimate goal. You don't want to sell it short by building a 50 kid facility if you need more. You don't want to build a 100 kid facility because you don't need that many for sure. So it's finding that space. And ultimately it comes down to staffing too. If you build a facility that'll hold 75 kids, that doesn't necessarily mean you can have 75 kids because you've got to have the staffing that goes with it too. You know, so it's kind of one of those, what's the best way to do it? Do you build a facility that you know will definitely meet your needs and then staff it based on the needs that you have at that particular point in time? Or do you build a facility for what you need right now today, and then a year down the road find out you need more, and then you're trying to figure out how to make that work? And it's ultimately, you know, we found a possible solution. And is this the right solution? I don't know, but it is a possible solution of a problem that we've been talking about for several years now.
I would like to see something from the city and the county, not just a pat on the back. I would like to see exactly what they're gonna do. I mean, if they're just gonna write a letter and say, yeah, that's wonderful. I don't think that's much help for us.
Well, but you're wrong, Tom. It is help because the more of the letters that we have from the different entities in the county, the more points we get to getting this grant.
But they need to give us money because we don't have any money. Somebody's got to put money into this thing because it says right here, we will provide for the annual operational funds, not them, us.
And that makes me very nervous.
That makes
to
me
say that.
nervous as hell.
That one of the other things that concerns me a little bit in letters like this, I guess sometimes have to be generalized, but we point out that we're going to provide for the educational needs. So is that going to lead us to have to add staff to our pre-K? Are we going to, I mean, we can't find teachers now. Or are you going to add to their workload? Well, then they're going to want to be paid more. So that's still going to cost you money. So that piece of it concerns me a little bit. And then just that providing annual operational funds. I feel like that gets us in a bind.
That puts us in the daycare business.
Yes.
Yeah, there's what I
And
think.
so if that, and then the other thing that I wonder about is like we have immediate needs. This is likely what, 2 years out before this would be finished and kids would be going to it. So that doesn't do anything for the needs that we have right now. And
True.
I mean, I think a big thing like this, you got to talk about it from a lot of different angles.
No,
I really do think that I don't like it, but I really do think that if we want to keep staff, we have to do something with daycare. Okay.
Well, and this letter doesn't have to be done verbatim. I mean, if you know, take things out if you want, add things in if you want.
And then
We just need to have the support to help with the grant.
Well, I think as a whole, this board will support it, but I think it'll be determined what extent we will support it. As far as a letter, yeah, I think you can say a letter that yes, USD 303's board supports it, supports the idea and supports the thought. But it keeps coming back. We've uttered it a million times of we need more daycare, but we don't want to be in the daycare business. But I feel like if you tie us financially to a building, we are now in the daycare building business.
In a lot broader spec than what we need to. So then do you just look at maybe whether we like it or not, we need to do something. We need to be in the daycare business for our staff and our staff alone.
If
period.
this is
And
gonna
then-
be a county deal, I mean, why can't the county commissioners pay for the maintenance and stuff? If it's a county,
Or the city
yeah,
help. That's the point that I was trying to make.
to me, if we're willing to say, we'll donate some property from this campus, that's our contribution to it. I mean, just for initial start.
No, absolutely. And I understand all that. And that's, I am well aware of where our budget is. And I would hope that you'd all understand that I am well aware of where our budget is. When I talk about the financial piece of this, it is, what's in my head is a business would pay a $2,000 fee to say, I've got a slot in that daycare business. That's the type of money we're talking about. So as a school district, if I wanted to say, I want to make sure I've got 5 slots for my staff that I can guarantee as a benefit to them, I'm going to pay $10,000. There's your operating cost for the school district. Very much like us going and getting health insurance and providing health insurance as a benefit to our staff. We're not paying for that kid to have daycare, but we're paying to guarantee we have a slot, right? So now as I go out and recruit a new teacher or a new pair or whatever, well, yeah, I'd come work for you, but I've got kids I need daycare for. I can say, I got daycare for you. There's a slot. You don't have to look for it or anything like that. That's the type of operational contribution we're talking about when these letters are being shared with whatever entity it is. The county, we shared a similar letter to the county today. I gave Ann Coleman a similar letter for the city a couple days ago. We'll put together similar letters for different entities, business owners in town. And that's kind of the idea.
What is the projected operating cost of a daycare facility?
I am guessing somewhere around the $300,000 to $400,000 a year. Your general slot, 75 general slots will bring in at least that much money. The idea, again, like I said, is over the course of your first 5 years, it gets up and running and everything gets put in place. And then that need for that fee to make sure things are running isn't there. You know, we had a conversation with the county commissioners today, talking about Waukene. Waukene's got a private daycare facility that is growing. I believe they started out as a nonprofit, as a community daycare, and then the person they brought in to run that decided I could make money after so many years. I could make money doing this, and took it private.
Meaning
Ultimately,
that person bought the daycare?
I believe so. I believe they bought the original daycare facility and then are expanding and building an addition across the street from the original daycare facility. If I understand the situation right, ultimately that would be great.
I'd move to extend the meeting till 10:30.
Second, got a motion, a second, to extend the meeting by 30 minutes, all in favor?
Ultimately, if this isn't the direction you want to go as a board, then we need to have some conversation over the next couple months about how we solve a problem that we're facing as a school district.
Well, I think we're ready to, like I said, I just don't feel like, I think other people can be on the hook for the operational fronts. And I see where you're trying to, you're saying the operational, It's just more like securing our slots for the teachers.
Mhm.
Is that correct? That is
Yes.
just is what the day-to-day operation, you're trying to secure something. Okay,
Mhm.
so if we secure them 10 slots, is that a benefit to the incoming teacher or teachers that do not get reimbursed to us, or it just the way this is wording, that it's going to be on to us no matter what happens. We're responsible for the financial responsibility associated with such undertaking. I think we're fully supportive of the idea until you start adding that we're financially responsible for it, even though they're wanting acreage from this campus.
Do we pay to hold the slot? And then
Essentially,
when
that's,
teacher A uses the slot, then they pay for it, right? So we're not really on the hook?
well, yes and no. I would say you're not necessarily gonna get reimbursed for it, but that's what your fee does. It would pay to hold that slot so that it could go to a teacher.
So everybody else is going to have the same thing. John Deere is going to pay to hold slots for them. The hospital.
That ultimately, that would be the goal for
Pay
the
to hold them if
community.
they're not using them. So
Yeah, so
if we allotted 10 slots and we had our 10 slots full, is it not costing the school district any money? Is that how you would explain
no,
that?
I mean, you still have paid your fee to have those slots, and they're full and operational, and they're also, the daycare center is also getting money for your hourly rate to have the kid there. So the parent is paying that hourly rate. So the way I see it is, if we don't pay to secure a slot, that slot goes to somebody else. And now I don't have a slot for my staff member that needs a slot. Whereas if I pay that fee, then what that allows me to do is well, I don't need it right now, so you can fill it. But when I do need it, that person gets kicked out. I mean, that's part of the contract that you write within that.
So why would you think this would go away after so long?
I would hope at 5 years, everything has been put in place and we don't have to do that.
But I mean, they would still have a certain amount of daycare they could provide, and if we're concerned about not getting shut out of it, that sounds like it would still continue forever.
Well, and I understand that, but here's the thing. So if I pay $10,000 a year for 5 years, that's $50,000. If I'm gonna start my own daycare center, I've got to go buy a house. So I'm already in excess of $50,000 cost to the school district. I've got to make sure that whoever's running that daycare is getting paid. And if I don't bring in enough money with my slots, that's more money I'm spending. So I'm looking at it from that standpoint as the superintendent is.
We weren't gonna take that approach anyway. Set up our own daycare, no matter what the case. Another thing I'm curious about too is come negotiation time, whether they come to us and say, this first year teacher's gotten this advantage, you need to pop us each with 2,000 extra on our contracts.
Because it's not fair.
Because it's not, that was good. It's not fair. We might solve one problem and create another problem.
Well, you're always gonna have the teachers who didn't get the benefit of having daycare if we provide it. They're always gonna say, well, I didn't get this when I needed it, so why should you have it? That's always gonna be the case. I mean,
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about just teachers saying that they're getting extra because they've got a kid in daycare and
well, they're really not getting anything extra. They still have to pay for it.
I'm just saying how the negotiating mind works here.
I would not sign my name on this letter the way that it's written.
The only thing if you're needing a letter, what, I say the first 3 paragraphs, and that's where I would cut it off at. That's just me.
What would you want changed, Lori?
Well, that annual operational fund scares me to death. And I mean, I see what your perspective is on that, but I think somebody gets a hold of this letter and says, you said, remember you
Right.
said. And then,
So if it said something along the lines instead of annual operating costs,
and then,
the district would put funds towards securing slots in the daycare for staff. Would that make more sense?
I don't know. And then the 75, I don't know. I'm not saying that that's not the number. I'm saying I do not want to be a part of putting people out of business that have already been working to solve the daycare issue in town. I do not think that that is right. That is the right thing to do. I appreciate those people that open their homes to daycares because they are doing this community a service, and I don't think that that's an easy job, and they probably don't make a lot of money off of it. I do not think that we should do something that puts those people, I mean, it's their livelihood. I don't think we should do anything that puts those people out of business. That does not sit well with me. And so, and I mean, I just don't know. And I don't know how we come up with a quick fix to the needs that our staff currently has, but this is several years out before it fixes anything.
This is a long-term fix. It is not an immediate fix.
And I think the hospital's already figured out that, I mean, they've said it point blank, we don't want to be in the daycare business. And so who is going to be in the daycare business? You're going to get this money potentially and build this facility. Who is going to be in the daycare business? Who's going to run it?
My understanding is Aaron has had conversations with his current staff.
So it'll be under the direction of the hospital.
Well, and it wouldn't be under
or-
the direction of the hospital. I mean, it.
Well, who's
his-
gonna
his-
take the
his
lead?
staff-
Yeah.
He's got 2 people currently on staff that are fully licensed. to run
But
the
who are they
daycare
gonna
center.
report to? Who's their bosses?
Right now, the way this grant would be set up, their bosses would be the foundation.
Okay.
So that the foundation board would oversee, be oversight of making sure things are run right, make sure budgeting is done right, and those type of things. So it's not falling on a certain business, a certain individual, a certain entity as far as oversight. You would have it'd be similar to this,
Mhm.
where you would have a director of the daycare and a board to oversee that daycare is run properly and meets the outline and the guidance of the grant itself.
And then I think the other concern that I have is we do donate that piece of ground. We all figure out we don't want to be in this business. And so it is sold to a private individual. And then they set on our school campus.
So one thing that we would want to be very cautious about when we write an actual contract for that piece of property is twofold. A, the contract will be written in the sense that as long as it is a daycare facility, then it maintains its status as a daycare facility. As soon as it stops being a daycare facility, the property and any improvements on it transfer back to the school district. So back in my mind is if we build north of the high school, that does a couple different things for us. A, it provides a windbreak for our north classrooms where we're having problems heating. It eats up property that we don't have to mow anymore, so it saves us money there. Ultimately, if that 100 by 60, 100 by 65 freestanding steel insulated building is no longer a daycare center, we have a new wood shop.
So like you just said though earlier from the Waukene process, well, you just said if it is a daycare, what about if a private individual somehow buys that and it's still a daycare?
So that
That's
is the
where-
second part of the contract is as long as it is a nonprofit overseen by that foundation board.
Yeah.
Then it is run like that. As soon as it becomes a for-profit, privately owned facility, that property reverts back to the school board, and then you, as a board, can decide whether or not, no, that's not a daycare center anymore, that's our new wood shop or whatever. Or, yes, we will sell it to you and move forward from that. And the reason I say that'd be very similar to our conversation we had about the school property in Beeler.
Yep.
Here several months ago. I had no clue that we still had deed to that property, right? I don't think anybody did, but you would do a contract similar to that. To protect us in that sense, so we don't run into that situation.
Jason had mentioned the first 3 paragraphs and then cut it off at the end of those 3 paragraphs. Is that something that everyone could get behind?
I would be curious to see before we put ink on a letter, what anybody else in the county does. What the county does, what the city does.
Yeah, I'm just saying that if they want a letter of support, I think the first 3 paragraphs call it good and then just wait for the rest of them to come in. They don't bind us to nothing and kind of see where.
Well, and we can ultimately, like I said, the grant itself has to be turned in by December 18th. We would have our December meeting before then. The biggest thing is it's not we can talk about this for 3 months if we're interested in this grant. And like I said, it's an attempt to find a solution to a problem we face as a community and as a school district.
I guess I would be open to further discussion at next month's meeting if the city and the county have signed letters at that point.
And if there's specific pieces of information, like how many current slots we have, who all, like I said, Tara said there's 8 licensed daycares in Ness County. And we can figure out how many current people or how many slots are available. I mean, they're all full right now.
Do we know
We can also-
how many are looking? Like, I know we have.
We can try to find that information out.
Like desperately seeking daycare, like Kendra.
We can try to find that information. And the other thing is, there have been some conversations with some of our local daycare providers. Our plan is to bring them in and be a part of that conversation. A lot of this, again, I found this grant, so a lot of this conversation has been somewhat rushed to try to put together. So we've had our initial meeting. We'll have Wednesday again, and we're slowly bringing in more people to be a part of that conversation, because I agree that I don't want, if someone truly wants to run a business out of their home, like, please do that. And I foresee that there's still a need for that. And I can foresee.
But, and I think a need for that in the sense that some people are not going to want to take their child to a daycare facility of that size. If it can't be more like a home setting, that's what they prefer to have their children in, than a large daycare setting like that. Some people just are not going to want to use a facility like that.
No, and I agree with that 100%. And I, thinking of the daycare providers I know here in town, I think there's a couple that would be very interested in being part of this. And I think there's a couple that are not interested in doing that. And our goal is to have conversations with them too.
Okay, any other question? Russell just whispered in my ear and he's getting antsy. So I think we've got enough information out there. If you can provide that next meeting, and that would be great. So moving on, 8.6, executive session for personnel.
I have several things we can talk about. In looking at the clock, if we'd rather wait till next month, I don't think there's anything that is pressing that can't wait until next month to have a conversation, but there are a couple things we do need to have conversations, so it's up to you.
Can you do it in 10 minutes?
No.
Well, but it must be something
Well,
that
there's just several things. Nothing due.
I would like to
Nothing
hear it.
We're already dressed up.
big. I would say 30 minutes.
Somebody throw a bucket of ice water on
Okay,
us.
we're gonna go.
We need to extend the meeting first.
You think so?
If he's saying 30 minutes.
Well, I'm just gonna say we'll go 13 and come back and extend it.
It's not gonna happen in 13. Just
Okay,
give
extend the
30
meeting,
minutes.
Russell.
No, we'll get 13. I agree with Jason. Let's get 13 and come back. I move for 12 personnel.
Second.
All in favor? Maybe we just get the clips.
That was school. That was school. Yeah, mom would be funny. It's like this at the end of the year. It just gets longer and longer. Every time. That's what you look forward to. Yeah.
You guys have questions about being on the board?
Where do we get sit? Do we draw spots?
No, whoever's coming off is where you sit, except for the president. The president usually sits in the middle. So
that's Jason.
whoever's voted in as, well, Jason's going off.
Yes.
So in January, we will vote in, every January, we vote in president and vice president. So,
And then your spots are picked up.
no,
You just sit where the other one.
you just sit where the other one is.
Sit in the middle.
Oh, no, you won't
I
sit.
don't want to sit in front of the camera at all.
Well, that's the
Well,
president's
everybody's on the camera, but, so the president usually sits where Jason Ratliff is. So whoever's voted into that position will sit there.
Just sit at the end. You want to mind? Yeah.
That's the only question you have.
I'm really horrible at having questions when people put me on the spot. It's usually when I walk out the door, they all just like.
That's okay. You have my phone number. You can call anytime.
Are the board members ever at like teacher meetings or like any other kind of organization or meetings with? I think that's what that board subcommittee is. It's with the area of interest.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
you can't have a quorum. So 4 people are a quorum. So when we have our community meetings, when
That's
we
where
have
you
our
can
staff
have 2 to
meetings, we
3.
can have 3 max there. So, last year, about spring semester sometime, they created the board subcommittee to open up conversations with staff members. So,
Often that.
they have had 3 meetings, I believe, 1 last year and a couple this year. So we did a survey last year. We started some surveys last year. One was just an overall survey to all staff. How are we doing? What improvements? What are we doing good? Anything like that. And then we started doing exit interviews with those leaving. So I sent a survey out for all those employees exiting, and then 2 staff members or 2 board members meet as a group, not individual, but meet with those outgoing staff, just to, okay, clarification, stuff like that. So the meetings, the staff meetings, there's no set how many we're having. Do we need to have another one? Are there issues coming up that we need to talk about at the end? So it's been, Joby's been, Jason's been, Judy's been, Lori's been, so it's been a mixture as long as there's not just more than those three there. And it's just kind of like an open,
We talked about.
how are things going? What are you thinking? So, yeah.
Is it just for the teacher? when they
No,
meet
it's for
then,
all
or
staff.
just-
All staff.
And it's just, you guys just set a date when it's gonna happen?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep, and then we let all the staff know whoever can make it.
Comes.
Yep. Unless they extend them. Oh, they already did.
Oh, yeah.
Another 30?
Well, we can always cut it short, you know, if we go
Yeah.
30 and it's only 10, we're good. So,
Move to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Second.
all in favor?
We don't have to.
No, we don't have to go. No, hold on, we gotta vote again to go back into executive session.
Or
10. Another 10.
move 10 for personnel.
All in favor? Jason seconded. Yeah, I heard him.
Go ahead, Russell.
But it'd be real bad if you don't knock on the door and you just all leave. It's midnight. They would slip back there.
Let's just go down the street.
Down and over, quite a way, over knowing. I gotta go get my dog and then
You have to go either way.
my dog, oh, he's at mom's.
Oh.
And husband's watching. She loaded him up in the car. How do you come on? Cause we're about to clean the house and like, work. Sweet. How many times can they extend the meeting? As many times, what's the latest we come? Yeah, because Ross is gonna be like, yep, yep.
Yeah, don't go fast.
Like that though. The tops work, these red tops. Yeah, doors off, wheel. Yeah. That's yours. A lot of hair, yeah. Is one is Taylor's hair's pretty curly.
Yeah, she doesn't have a natural. And so does AJ.
I was gonna say, so was AJ.
Because if he lets his grow long, it's really curly.
Yeah. I think I've only met him when he had long hair.
Yeah.
It was the only time I met him.
Maybe.
I have to go tonight with people who can't handle it.
We'll give you 5 more minutes then.
For 5 minutes, personnel.
Second.
All in favor, there's 4 of us, that's
There's
good.
4 of us, we got it.
We got it.
We got it.
All three of you be recorded as non-voters. Don't matter whether you're done or not. I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, we've got that done. Okay, we have 8.7, approve college credit hours to Abigail Rodriguez.
I move to approve for Abigail Rodriguez and Ashley Clausen.
Second. I got a motion second, all in favor? All opposed? I did too. Reason I was,
That's what I was confused there.
okay, approve patron access to Luis Rodriguez and Josue Gerardo.
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
I assume we don't have any concerns with them.
No, I mean.
Are they
meet-
old enough?
Are
Yeah,
age
they,
ones?
they all meet all the requirements. They just turned 25.
Well, I'm a hoping whenever I see it on the agenda that they have met the requirements.
Yes.
Not all.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
If they haven't met the requirements,
You noted.
Okay,
I.
gotcha.
Yeah.
8.10, approved donation from DKG, $250, Jennifer Foos.
So move.
Second.
All in favor? 8.11, approved supplemental contract to Jeff Rehnquist for school play.
Second.
And hopefully.
How
the
about a
quality of this
motion?
will be better than last year.
I'll make a motion. He
Oh, yeah.
seconded it. All in favor?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?